Mis estimados, muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero estén teniendo una excelente mañana, hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana, la hayan estado pasando bien en vez de leer tantas tonterías que hay en las noticias y que no estén perdiendo la calma, damas y caballeros. Todo está bien, recordemos, todo está bien. ¿Qué es más importante, la economía o la bolsa? Aparentemente la bolsa es cuando a todo el mundo le importa que las cosas están bajando, que es que sí, ya la Reserva Federal tiene que hacer algo ante esta crisis económica de la bolsa. Por el amor de Dios. No puedes inventar estas cosas, de verdad. La realidad a veces es más chistosa que, que, que cualquier película, que cualquier buena comedia. Pero en fin, aquí estamos. Bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo, por supuesto que vamos a empezar a analizar este mercado. Hemos hecho este fin de semana, yo espero que a toda la gente que está aquí con nosotros, que nos ve, ya sea solamente acá, que esté en nuestro Discord, que es parte del Trading Academy, creo que estamos contentos y vamos a continuar. Y a toda la gente que está ahí afuera, quiero hablar rápido de esto, nos va a salvar Jerome Powell, esta es la cosa que todo el mundo quiere y está preguntándose. Quiero recordarles en este momento, uno, dejen de escuchar a toda la gente que es negativa en el mercado. Estas son oportunidades. Es como, nunca había visto algo tan extraño en mi vida. Aunque cada año digo esto y me sigue sorprendiendo más y más un poco la gente y lo básico de cómo sus pensamientos son contradictorios con su propia realidad. Y ahí les va el porqué. Todos queremos que las casas bajen, ¿sí o no? ¿Alguien acá quiere que las casas bajen de precio? Ok. ¿Cómo consigues que las casas bajen de precio? ¿Alguien sabe? Y vamos a usar solamente ese ejemplo tan tonto. ¿Alguien sabe cómo podemos hacer que el precio de bienes raíces residencial baje de precio? ¿Alguien tiene una idea? ¿No? Matando toda la demanda, absolutamente destruyéndola, ¿ok? Es la única forma. Ahora, pero es lo que queremos. Vamos a estar contentos si las casas bajan. Pero lo que estamos viviendo en este momento es el bajón del precio de las casas. Ahora, esto es un ejemplo. Ahorita van a ver a dónde voy con esto, ¿ok? Estamos viendo el bajón del precio de las casas y todo el mundo está gritando, no, no, que salga la Reserva Federal a hacer algo, que Donald Trump está destruyendo la economía. No queremos que baje el precio de las casas. Estamos locos. Es lo mismo con las acciones. Todo el mercado está súper caliente, está pero mega sobrevalorado. Y ahora que, una vez más, y esto nos lo advirtieron, ahora que tenemos las bajadas y recortes del mercado, todo el mundo grita, no, tienes que salvarnos. ¿Por qué? Aquí vienen todas las oportunidades para todos nosotros que estábamos esperando. ¿Sí o no? Los que nos salimos el año pasado tuvimos mucha suerte, pero los que no, esta es tu oportunidad para agregar a tu portafolio. Esto es lo que estás esperando por cuántos años. Y ahora que está pasando, todo el mundo te está diciendo que es malo, que es todo el final del planeta. No, pon tus objetivos y compra tus acciones que son tus favoritas con empresas que sabes que no van a tronar. Por eso lo dijimos antes. Tienes que escoger esas, escoger tus niveles. ¿Y por qué tienes que escoger esas empresas que sabes que no van a tronar? Porque el miedo del mercado, tío, te lo quieren meter por todos lados. Cuando esta es una oportunidad de compra, una vez más. Es como si yo estuviera esperando que el precio de las casas baje y en cuanto baje empiece a gritar, ayúdenos, sálvenos. No me cabe en la cabeza esto. Ahora, también quiero para toda la gente, perdón que me repita tanto, pero también al mismo tiempo, esto llevamos platicando por cuánto tiempo, hasta me aburro, ya ni hago nada y me preguntó, ya ni lo hago. Estoy tan aburrido de todo esto porque esto fue literalmente un paso a paso de lo que habíamos dicho. Si existe el escenario que van a cortar gasto, se va a dar esto. Y es lo que ha estado pasando. Yo sé que todo el mundo cree que son los aranceles y los aranceles es lo peor de toda la vida y toda la historia y Donald Trump no sabe lo que está haciendo. Yo sé que ahora todo el mundo es un experto en aranceles, lo sé. Yo no. Yo no he visto las noticias, por lo que no soy un experto totalmente dominador de aranceles y voy a pedir que renuncie Donald Trump y toda esta gente. No soy ese experto. Yo sé que la gran mayoría de gente que está viendo esto, que está viendo las noticias, ustedes sí son expertos en aranceles. Pero personalmente yo dije que el mercado iba a caer simplemente por la falta de liquidez y es lo que está pasando. Es lo que estamos viendo en todos lados, una falta de liquidez. ¿Por qué? Porque si Estados Unidos deja de usar 200,000 millones de dólares que crea de la nada, en gastarlos en ellos mismos para hacer que se vea su economía arriba, ¿qué creen que va a pasar? Eso es todo lo que tienen que saber, tíos. Yo sé que todo el mundo les cuenta que los aranceles, una vez más, hay muchos expertos, y ahora estos expertos se están volviendo ahora expertos en deuda. Y ahora todo el mundo, esta es la narrativa que van a escuchar ahora. Prepárense porque está cambiando, ¿ok? Y probablemente muchos de ustedes ya hayan escuchado esta deliciosa narrativa nueva. Y eso es, Estados Unidos lo que está haciendo es destruyendo el mercado para poder hacer que sus intereses bajen porque tiene que refinanciar 7 trillones de dólares. Cierta forma, tiene algo de realidad esa cosa. Pero el que crean ustedes que tienen que bajar tipos hoy, no ustedes, pero el que crea la gente y diga que tienen que bajar tipos hoy, díganme, entonces, ¿para qué estamos haciendo todos los recortes de gasto? Los tipos están bajando. Voltea a ver el bono de 10 años en Estados Unidos. Están bajando naturalmente. Y yo sé que les dijeron, la Reserva Federal es la que mueve todos los intereses y esta es mi parte favorita. No, actúan todos como si la Reserva Federal fuera una parte algo externo a Estados Unidos. Yo sé que en papel dice que la Reserva Federal es independiente del gobierno, pero es apuntada por gente del gobierno a la gente que la corre. Pero yo sé, es completamente indiferente. Es lo que dice mi librito. Es lo que dice mi librito de economía en esta línea. Entonces tiene que ser eso. Y si me dicen algo diferente, pues no lo voy a tomar en cuenta. Una vez más, y perdón que me repita tanto, la Reserva Federal bajó tipos 3 veces el año pasado. ¿Qué pasó? Subieron los intereses reales en Estados Unidos. Y ahora, ¿qué ha estado pasando últimamente? Están bajando los intereses reales en Estados Unidos. Y ahora, ¿por qué el mercado está cayendo en todo el mundo? Porque estábamos regalando $1 trillón a la economía mundial en Estados Unidos de nuestro déficit de mierda que estamos cargando y lo que cargó Biden con todo ese gasto estúpido al final. Y ahora esto no es cosa de Biden, esto viene desde el pasado, se los he dicho, es una transferencia de riqueza de la más rica del mundo. Les dije que el tío Warren Buffett iba a tener la jugada correcta, que el cash iba a valer más porque iba a haber menos en el futuro. Y aquí estamos. Y aún así todo el mundo viene y sigue diciéndome que los aranceles y que esto. No, y ahora mis expertos, ahora toda la gente que está a punto de ser experta en intereses, yo sé que la Reserva Federal tiene que bajar intereses, yo sé que es lo que les dicen y es la única forma de hacerlo, porque sin eso el mercado explota. Los intereses ya están bajando, ya han estado bajando por las últimas 2, 3 semanas agresivamente. Estamos abajo de 4% en el 10 años, un segundo para confirmarles. No, volví a subir tantito, estamos al 4%, pero estamos ante un rebote en esto. Está haciendo la pinta que está encontrando un alto más alto, pero no lo va a hacer. ¿Por cuál es mi confirmación? El dólar también subiendo, fortaleciéndose. La única razón por la que estamos todos hablando de la Reserva Federal y todo es porque no queremos simplemente escuchar la realidad. La realidad de esto es más sencilla de todo lo que todo el mundo cree. Y ahí les va. Estados Unidos no quiere salir a decirle a todos ustedes, oigan, lo que pasa es que no vendíamos lo que vendíamos, nosotros mismos comprábamos nuestras cosas. Entonces vamos a tener que dejar de comprar todo esto para evitar que haya más devaluación del dinero. Y eso va a causar un problema, porque si dejas de fingir que hay actividad económica, ¿no? ¿Qué pasa? Eso es todo. Eso es todo. Entonces, en este momento, si todo el mundo cree que la Reserva Federal, ahora no estoy aquí para predecir si la Reserva Federal va a bajar tipos o no. No se equivoquen. Pero díganme, ¿ya se arregló el problema de inflación? Todo esto viene con el principio de lo que habíamos platicado con Elon Musk, ¿no? Que había dicho, para el 2026 no va a haber inflación. Ok, quién aquí quiere que baje la inflación? Yo. ¿Ustedes? ¿Alguien quiere que baje la inflación? ¿Cómo creen que baja la inflación? Esto es un chiste. Y veo a toda la gente quejándose que la inflación está de la chingada, pero esto está peor. ¿Cómo esto está peor? ¿Cómo? La inflación no te está robando 30% de tu dinero anualmente. Así, alguien te lo está quitando y no te das cuenta. Así de tontos somos. ¿Cómo bajas la inflación? Con desinflación y después deflación. ¿Cómo creas desinflación? Bajando la demanda. Y ahorita todos, y esto es algo, antes de irnos ya al casino definitivamente, esto es algo que me vuela la cabeza, que todo el mundo está pidiendo y está diciendo, tenemos que deshacernos de la inflación. Vemos que empiezan a caer los precios de todo, porque les había dicho, el efecto riqueza ya no está en las casas, el efecto riqueza está en la bolsa, porque todo el mundo tiene acciones y a todo el mundo le ha subido. Entonces, eliminas el efecto riqueza, bajas la demanda y ahora todo el mundo está diciendo, los aranceles de Trump van a ser inflacionarios. Si no hay dinero, pendejo. Perdón, perdón. Pero si no hay dinero, ¿cómo van a subir los precios? Y ahora, para toda la gente que sea nueva aquí, por el amor de Dios, por favor escuchen esto, ¿ok? Porque es importante. Yo sé que la mayor parte de ustedes que han visto este programa 1,000,000 de veces van a decir, güey, es lo mismo que has dicho 1,000,000 de veces. Y me quedo ahí porque ha funcionado hasta ahora y es lo que está pasando, ¿ok? Y esto tiene que ver con la inflación, damas y caballeros. Te contaron en el 2020 y 21, ya está en Emprendedores, tuve que discutirlo porque no era claro. Las empresas son las que son avaras. La avaricia de las empresas es lo que hizo que subiera el precio de todo. Las empresas nunca se les ocurrió, en los cientos de años que han estado cotizando en las bolsas, nunca se les ocurrió antes subir precios. Nunca. Nunca. En el 2020 a todos se les ocurrió, güey, ¿sabes cómo podríamos hacer más dinero? Y ahí te va, esto te va a volar la cabeza. Subiendo precios. Y todas las empresas subieron precios. Es la historia más estúpida del planeta. La más estúpida del planeta. Simplemente había más dinero falso en la economía. Es todo. Creas más dinero, vale menos. Y es lo que hemos visto. Eso causa inflación, eso causa deterioro de todo el bolsillo de toda la población. Y esto va a ser bueno para todo el mundo. Estamos intentando traer toda esta industria a Estados Unidos. Ahora, el plan, yo soy un pendejo que habla aquí en YouTube. No sé. Si van a hacer lo que dicen, una vez más, como en lo que estamos ahorita, ¿no? Nos dijeron que iban a cortar la inflación. Así es como pasa. Díganme, ¿alguien tiene alguna otra forma de cortar la inflación sin que todo caiga de precio? Alguien dígamelo, por favor. El problema, inflación, precios altos. ¿Cómo bajas los precios? ¿Y qué pasa? ¿Por qué están bajando? ¿Qué? Espérenme. Ahora todas las empresas se pusieron de acuerdo y van a bajar precios todos al mismo tiempo porque ya no tienen. No, no hay dinero. Basta de estupideces. Dejen de escuchar estupideces en la televisión, por el amor de Dios. Estas narrativas nos están volviendo más pendejos diario. Es todo lo que son, narrativas. Narrativas. ¿Para qué? Para que no sepas que Estados Unidos había fingido todos estos orgasmos económicos. ¿Cómo? Imprimiendo un chingo de dinero, dándoselo a sí mismo y gastándolo en sí mismo. ¿Qué estamos haciendo? Cambiando el paradigma de eso. No importa para qué. Es lo que está pasando. Por favor, dejen de caer en esto. La Reserva Federal nos va a salvar. No tiene nada que ver la Reserva Federal con esto. Estás en un caso deflacionario, estás viéndolo. Desinflación viene primero y después deflación. Desinflación es, se acaba la inflación, deja de subir la inflación año a año, mes a mes, todo esto. Y luego deflación. Deflación es cuando es negativa. Una vez que es negativa, ves los precios abajo. Se acabó. Eso es todo lo que tienes que saber, tío. Y mientras llegamos a ese paradigma, todo debería seguir castigado. Ahora, ¿el mercado va a subir y bajar y darnos rebotes? Probablemente. Y esto es justamente lo que vamos a analizar aquí. Ya tengo a Alex y a Farhan con todos ustedes para el casino del tío Salo. Discúlpenme si me pongo loco. A veces es que me vuela la cabeza. Nunca en mi vida he visto algo así. Le escribí a un amigo, perdón, antes de esto. Un amigo mío que trabaja en una empresa gigantesca mundial, ¿no? Que es encargado de algo pesado. Estaba mentando madres cuando ganó Trump y que Elon Musk y la chinga. Y le digo, güey, ¿quieres saber si lo que están diciendo es cierto o no? Va a haber una recesión. Si lo que nos dicen es cierto, para el final del 2026 vas a estar en recesión. Y si no, me puedes patear los huevos. Ni siquiera ha llegado el final del 2026, es abril 7. Y anoche estaba ya de, tenemos que despedir a toda la gente economista, están destruyendo la economía. Ok, te recuerdo, carnal, te había dicho que esto iba a ocurrir y que me podías patear los huevos, ¿te acuerdas? Sí, pero esto es, no, solamente estás en medio del ruido, es lo mismo. Nada ha cambiado, tío. Así que todavía no me puedes patear los huevos. Por el amor de Dios, no se confundan. Vamos a empezar esto como de que no. Para toda la gente que quiere aprender a hacer trading con nosotros, que está con nosotros, esto es lo que yo les recomiendo honestamente. Véanlos en vivos, por supuesto. Quédense acá. Si ya entienden todo lo que están viendo en los en vivos, bien, no necesitan nada, carnales. Excelente. Felicidades, lo hemos logrado. Pero Si necesitan apoyarse más de la comunidad, etcétera, tenemos también nuestro hermoso Discord. Caigan a nuestro Discord, platiquen con ellos, platiquen con todos los traders que andan por acá buscando cómo exprimirle todo el jugo a esta mandarina. Y les voy a poner rápido a la pantalla. Aquí está el enlace abajo. Ahorita se los pongo en YouTube. Ya saben que siempre me tardo, digo en Twitter, ya saben que siempre me tardo un poco. Pero es bien fácil de usar el Discord. Aquí están los menús a la izquierda. Tienes el análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan. Vengan a platicar en el chat general, compartir ideas, a compartir memes de gente brincando, por supuesto. Vengan a compartirnos su P&L. Este fin de semana nos hemos llevado todo el dinero a casa. Ha sido una absoluta locura, absoluta locura. Pagué todo mi fin de semana y todavía por más, solamente con 2 trades. Una absoluta locura lo que ha estado haciendo Alex y Farhan acá. Vengan a dejarnos un testimonial, se apreciaría muchísimo. Y también vengan a cualquier cosa que necesiten, los enlaces, todo lo tenemos por acá para ustedes, enlaces oficiales para que no les vean la cara. Nunca les vamos a cobrar dinero, nunca les vamos a pedir nada. Lo único que cobramos por es lo que está en nuestro sitio web. Y ya, no les vamos a pedir dinero, no vamos a manejar su cuenta, no les vamos a hacer un copy trading especial, nunca les vamos a escribir para que no crean y tampoco les vamos a pedir una cartera de cripto acá, nada, no tienen nada que ver con nosotros eso. Así que si ven algo así, simplemente échense para atrás y pregunten qué pedo, porque no hay nada, esto es absolutamente gratis y no hay barreras de entrada. O sea, al Discord por acá, dense una vuelta. De eso dicho, los quiero llevar también a todos ustedes que ya están en el Discord, están viendo los en vivos y quieren tradear con nosotros, cáiganle aquí déjenme asegurarme que estoy en el video, sí, cáiganle a nuestro sitio web, vénganse a Tutos para que puedan saber cómo tradeamos nosotros futuros y aquí lo tienen. Tenemos Bluffing. Bluffing es un video de 5 minutos. Sabes cómo tradear, sabes cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo mandar dinero, cómo todo. Tienes el enlace aquí abajo también. Y también estamos en BTCC. La diferencia entre BTCC y Bluffing es puro criptoactivos y BTCC son Tesla, Amazon, también tiene acciones, también tiene Forex y funciona igual que esto, solamente están escondidos un poco más donde están las acciones y todo eso, pero súper fácil de usar. Con eso dicho y hecho, yo creo que podemos empezar de una vez. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the chat. Y como siempre, les traduciré todo lo que está pasando. Vámonos. Good morning, boys.
Buenos días, muchachos.
How are you?
Pretty good. There goes the highlight of my day. It's all downhill from here now.
We're simple, man. We're simple, man. This is things that make us happy are really simple. Let's just start with Bitcoin, I think. Nothing else. And if you want to start, Alex, because I know you got some activities to perform.
Yes.
And they're not sexual.
Let's check out Bitcoin. Because it's putting in an interesting candle here. You see we're squeezing up a bit. You know, we're getting a lot of noise now. We're just kind of in no man's land in the chart, though. Visually, you can see it. Today's close is going to be extremely important because we're essentially just gauging: do we reclaim March lows? Do we lose it on a daily? Is a better, essentially a better way to put it. March lows is the spot. That's kind of like where bulls need to defend if they're going to actually have the hopium of going up. Why? Because that's just been a pivotal point. We were talking about downside is going to be muted until we actually take out March lows. So once we did actually take those out, we had a nice dump. But we really want to be cognizant here of we are approaching or at support. So yes, we can go down a little bit more, in my opinion, closer to like 71 to 69K. But at that point, we do have a big drop down. We want to be, mindful that markets did drop pretty aggressively, pretty fast. Things don't just go up only and down only. So, I'm still gauging 69,000 to 73,000 as kind of the spot to look for that mean reversion bounce, possibly all the way back up to that 82,000. Let me go to the index here. Anytime now. My trading view's been loading really slow today.
I'm sure everyone's freaking out looking at charts.
Yeah. And this kind of puts in perspective.
During these high volatility times, trading view does seem to like crap out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly. And also the exchanges. Everything is under maintenance.
Mexican
It would be
Wi-Fi
hilarious.
too. It's just not good.
It would be hilarious if the exchanges strategically use that under maintenance thing to fill up their liquidity issues.
Of course, that would be a play.
Here, if we ended up squeezing, this is what I'm kind of watching for. Moves kind of defending 73s. We pop back up to the 82s. That was really strong support. Ideally, that's the bearish retest, lower high on the daily, and then we can talk about going lower. And for me, I do think kind of the end goal here is going to be that 64 to 65K. It just makes sense. Now we're going to have obviously squeezes ups, but I just think that's ultimately going to be the goal, and we should just stick to the trend. The trend is going to be our friend here. And so that's kind of it. We're just watching closely. Does Bitcoin reclaim or not reclaim, but hold above that March low, or do we not? And that's going to be really key for me to gauge. Are we going to immediately break down, or are we going to kind of maybe play out this scenario where we end up bouncing like 5-6% before going down, taking out all the shorts, that were horny and happy yesterday. Now, tether dominance is still looking, quite nice. Looking at Bitcoin squeeze, very nice squeeze. We'll see here. But yeah, tether dominance is testing support. So, we broke out. This is it. We want this zone to hold. If we're uber bullish, this is going to be the throwback, and I'd expect this to get some reaction up. We'll know if we're going to have more downside if we really start losing, this support zone at 5.93%. That's going to be quite important for today. It's like we're at the March lows. Tether dominance is here at 5.93%. Now, granted, this daily candle is kind of looking a little ugly, but still very well could hold support here as shown on the 12-hour and then start moving up. It's not really until you start losing this zone at 5.93 where it does open up and move all the way back to the 5.58. And this is probably where you go to that 82,000. Yeah, it's going to be quite important. Today's a very important day across the board. Here you even see, is the 4-hour going to lose this, or is this just a throwback? So we're at a interesting point with Bitcoin squeezing here actually, where we really could start moving up to the 82s from here, or we don't take out essentially like 80K and we just roll over from here, heading towards that 73s. It's a tricky day though with the Fed, with news flow, with just kind of where ES1 is as well. Slightly concerning, but as you see on ES1, nothing really has changed. This to me is just looking like a short squeeze on Bitcoin, but ES1 here itself is still looking very bearish, and we even had that fresh breakdown, possibly confirming now. So for me, the goal is still 73s to 69,000. We need to be mindful that the lower time frames are looking good, but in this environment, this is just going to be very predatory. That's kind of the idea. Now, if today closes above that, March low, then yeah, nothing's really changed in my opinion. We're just kind of waiting for that still, and we definitely could move up. But if we actually lose that today, it's going to confirm that we're going to go down to at minimum 71,500 to possibly 69,000, and there we should get a bigger bounce. Bitcoin dominance is still going up again, just at a very interesting point now. Big reason why I sold my altcoin shorts. It just seemed like we're at resistance now. We definitely could go down, but again, this could also get reclaimed. Now the daily's turning kind of ugly here, so we have to be mindful of that. This would bode well for alts, considering they've been absolutely slaughtered. But right now, markets today are at a pretty important point. Where this is gonna in my opinion, confirm more downside, possibly beginning tomorrow. Or this is really going to start matching the bias that yes, we could be grinding out some kind of bottom here on Bitcoin, matching in nicely with possibly ES1. Maybe going to move up from this point. We almost did hit our support line at 44,787. Then I will have to see. It's an interesting point. Daily is not looking bad though. Even here, if we moved up to like 81.6, you could even, that just could be the daily 9. I know the Fed's talking today. I'm unsure when. So that is brewing, but on the lower time frames, we still are under the 4-hour 9, and we haven't hit that yet since like the big breakdown. So if you see here, anytime.
Can I also say, while that loads, it's
Yeah.
incredible that we've only had 3 bad days of trading and everyone is screaming for the Federal Reserve to save us. Like, you can't write this like this joke. It writes itself. Come on, dude. 3 days of a down market and everyone's like, you need to come save us.
Yeah.
Imagine if we see that 2008 situation where the Fed goes to meet with the White House and we're like, all right, bailout is coming.
Well, it's going to have to at some point with liquidity, but right now it's retarded. It just started.
Yeah.
Hang on. Have houses come down? No, houses haven't come down. So we can continue with this. Like, come on, everyone chill.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just very fresh. Like, this was the idea, is like, this is the entry to the bear market. We're having things on the chart that possibly into April we haven't had in a very long time. Specifically that monthly 9 holding or getting lost. I don't know why my moving averages aren't loading. They're not on. Very slow. Very slow today.
If we're in a, by the way, we see a bounce right now, a rally, it should be a bounce. And the reason why is they're pushing the fish. They're pushing the good news right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, oh, the Fed's meeting. And everyone's like, rate cuts coming. Like that.
Yeah. I don't know why it's not loading. It's very slow today. Ideally, though, the monthly 9, that's kind of like our gauge for this month if we're going to confirm the bear market, because that's just been holding this entire bull market. It's been very simple. It's just been the level that you buy, and it's been holding and it's been paying out well. Do bulls get that? And we can obviously wick below it. We have seen that when we went to 49K. That's why it's really dependent on where this closes. But
your monthly
again,
9 is on 84,700.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you have the 21 at 86, 34 is at 82, and 55 is at 76, which is where we bounced.
I personally think, because I'm reading your text fine, I personally think the 4-hour EMA 9 is going to reject. I think that this support's
What is that at?
He doesn't have EMAs.
Yeah.
That's why I'm telling him the EMAs. Hang on. I'll tell you the 4-hour. Which one are you looking for?
The 9.
The 9. Also, for me, slow too. So clearly everyone's on their chart. Give it 39 minutes. There you go. It's at 78,830. That's what's rejecting us. We front ran it.
Yeah, I think that's.
I'm looking at the 12-hour 38.2.
And it could work. The 12-hour, it's logical. Like, we definitely have to move to 82s. I ideally don't want that to happen. It'd be nice to just kind of reject here, but markets are dicey. I mean, they just bounced bigly right now. Let me see, actually. I think we might be filling a gap soon. Let me see. I really hate slow internet.
Yeah, it's an internet plus trading views really slow. Everyone's on the charts.
It's true. It's cooking. Fuck. Just can't load. Okay. Well, here it is. The bearish retest on ES1. Is this the front run of 4-hour 9 on Bitcoin? Is this like the easy long when we're just going to go up now and bottom and that's it? And let me just max long because Jerome Powell's going to save me and, Bitcoin's green now? Or, are we going to like reject around here? Who knows? And that's like why we have to watch carefully because, even on this move up, we're at resistance now in ES1. Bitcoin's at the 4-hour 9. We're still at support. Let's please not disregard this support line, please, because it is important. And if we lose this support line, it's going to dictate we're going a lot higher, and that's fine. It's just going to mean we're going to print that higher low. I mean, lower high, my apologies, higher low on tether dominance. That's why I'll be gauging this on the 4-hour, because I really want to see here carefully, what's going to happen here. But ideally, this still could bounce. It still could bounce and hold until this gets lost in the 4-hour. I'm going to be, slightly loose here. If this gets lost on the 4-hour, then yeah, I could see us going a lot lower, and we're probably going to squeeze up hard. But it would be funny if this just ends up being like a bear trap, a bull trap. Now we'll have to see, unconfirmed yet. I need to gauge the 4-hour, but that's kind of where my reasoning is right now. Rallies up to resistance on the S1, tether dominance testing support, and Bitcoin just putting in another 4-hour lower high. So, we will see here. It's really not fun charting when this is slow. So I'm basically going to give it back over to Farah now. I think I've essentially hit everything. We're just kind of in wait mode. That's it. It's a no man's land. You can scalp the volatility if you know what you're doing, but if you don't, just stick to the levels. Wait for the easy trade at 82,000, because technically speaking, it would just be a bearish retest trade. So.
Guys, can I also tell you right now? Welcome. Good morning, by the way. Lots of tailwinds right now. Lots of tailwinds. We're going up like foam in a beer. That's right. It's going up. It's going higher, guys. I also want to tell you that Jerome Powell's coming and saving us, so everything is looking good. More tailwinds out of there. And yeah, Trump doesn't know what he's doing with tariffs, but I have been watching the news. Now I'm an expert in tariffs, and yeah, Jerome Powell's going to save us. So tailwinds from here on. Yeah.
Thank you,
Nothing
Scott.
but tailwinds.
I
Appreciate it. Yeah, exciting stuff.
Massive tailwind with a bailout, Scott.
I'll show you a tailwind. I know. I can't believe I just did that joke. Farhan, throw me your charts.
And I'm gonna start getting ready for the airport.
Do it up, son.
But when I get there, when I get to the airport, I'm gonna get back on stream. So I'm just gonna leave early.
Make sure to get in the bathroom and do it. Wow,
Yes,
dude, you're fucking chart too.
Yeah, it's taking a good minute.
Okay.
Wow, huge wick.
Yeah, we're going for the bearish retest, right? Although it could be happening right there. Look at the level of price with the past bottoms right there of those two candles on the left.
And this?
On left. Those two, like the ones in the middle, right? The ones you skipped. Basically the last bottom, dude.
Yeah, this right here, this area?
No. On the right. Right? There you go. So you look at where price is, and it's just crashing against that. So either it's here or at 82.
Let me wait for I don't know why my HPDR is not loading.
Dude, TradingView is fucking garbage right now. It is for me too. And I'm plugged into like quick internet and all that shit. They don't want us to win. That's why. Are you tired of winning, son? Are you tired of winning? We're
like
too many people, so much.
Too many people printed on shorts, so now we got to cut off the TradingView.
Yeah. I thought Bluffin and BTCC and everyone was going to be really mad at us because everyone was fucking taking out bangers this weekend. I was going to be like, we're going to take away all of their liquidity.
Get an email one day saying, yeah, so our higher ups made an executive strategic decision, and we're going to have to cut you guys off.
Yeah. we can deal with Scott and those guys. Those guys don't make any money, but you guys in your community.
We can't afford this business model.
Yeah, exactly.
What in the fuck? Why is it not showing up?
Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. The TradingView is just killing us all.
Maybe if I refresh.
Give it a whirl.
Sometime today.
Wow, it's still not loading. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is insane. What the fuck?
Hang on, where you at? Bitcoin. I got the Bitcoin. I got the Bitcoin.
Okay, now it's coming. Now it's coming. I see the
There you
jewel.
go.
Come on.
I don't know. 80,000 seems to be where it's going to
There
be.
we go. Beautiful. Are you gonna do this to me again?
There you go. There you go.
So right now, I'm gonna start with the short time frames and give my little bounce idea right here.
hmm
Because we do like we tap the 88.3% on the HPDR ranges, and then if we go back to the last time we made a major bottom, 88.3, 88.3, 88.3, 88.3. Every single time we've made a major bottom, it's been somewhere around that 88.3 range. I'm not saying we're gonna make a macro bottom here. I'm just looking for a short-term bounce. And the area where I'm looking for is after we lost this 38.2% to get a nice little retest of that, sitting somewhere around that 81,200 to 81,300 area. And if you're not sitting in a short right now, what I would say is you could probably wait for this area. If it gets front run, oh well, not something you want to chase. But if you do get this retest in the 81s, you could take a little cheeky short right here. You could add right here this 21, and then your stop would be this candle, this wick high of $84,220, maybe a little bit above it if you want to avoid a liquidity grab to put it around that would actually mess it up with the 55. You can put your stop over here if you want to use low leverage and avoid a liquidity grab at 85.4. I personally would put it at 82,450, and then you would look from there to get a move down to somewhere around that low 70,000 to high $60,000 area. What lines up with this is if you go to the 3-day. Come on.
Just give it 30 minutes.
Come on, man.
Yeah, while that loads, Jesse just tweeted, which is incredible, that the VIX has reached the 60 level right now, and it's only happened 3 times in the past 30 years.
Thank you, President Trump, for defeating my evil woke retirement savings.
Of course, he's done a hell of a job. Hell of a job.
That woke retirement savings will never recover from this.
Can I also add, like, why would people be fearful? We all wanted discounts and better places of entry, right, for the stock market.
But everyone says that, but nobody actually buys when they get those prices.
They're fucking the narrative and what's going on is absolutely mind-boggling right now. Absolutely mind-boggling. Like, this is incredible.
We've got what everybody said we were gonna get when they were like, "Oh, Trump won the election, we're about to get a market nuke." And now that we
Well,
got the market nuke, nobody wants to buy.
yeah, and also no one said that. They all thought Trump was going to get the market to go higher, even though he told everyone
Well, the
he was
libtards were
going to
saying it was
do
gonna
it.
crash.
Oh my God, this is incredible. I gotta say,
Uh,
it's like if housing went down and everyone
mhm.
complained while it's going down. Why is it going down? It's the end of the world. It's like, didn't you
W-
want cheaper prices? I don't know. I don't know what to
People
tell you.
people can't decide what they want.
I know. Fuck.
So there is a little bit of hopium right now on the 3-day, although
Mhm.
very, very doubtful this is going to play out. Is if you notice, we have a low right here at 78,619. We have a lower low at 78,379. But we have a significantly higher low on momentum, giving us possible bullish divergence. The only way to confirm that divergence right now, though, is you're going to have to get a close above $84,708 on a 3-day, which will also be invalidating the silver cross. And that likely sends you up to somewhere around that median at around $89,000, taking out these lower highs. Probably at that point, up mode is back on. You're going to go to $100,000, which is why I strongly don't think this area where we're going to confirm this divergence. Probably this divergence is going to be a trap to tap this $82,000 area and then continue to the downside. And if you notice, we have a fresh silver cross to the downside right now on the 3-day. That $82,000 area is just a retest of this 9 EMA, and then basically down only until this 200 at around $63,000. If we look at our jewel right now on the 3-day, it's flipping back down and rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Let's mark with a vertical line every single time that we rejected getting out of the bearish control zone. See what happened. Not very many times. This is usually quite bad whenever it does this. Over here. Nah, this one will be better. Here. Come on. Oh shit. I can't respond to this right now, but I just got some not good news
On the market or for yourself?
from a text.
Well, I know it's a text, but what I'm saying is bad
Oh
news
no,
about the
it's market related.
Oh,
This one is not really a rejection, so I'll not
you're
use
just not
that.
going to tell us what the bad news is?
Nah.
Okay,
It's about a person who texted me.
got it.
This one is also a rejection. That should be enough. We're all the way back in 2021. So you rejected getting out of the bearish control zone here. You immediately dumped about 12%. Then you
Mm.
rejected over here. You dumped another 10.7%. Very similar number. Holy shit, we're at $80,000? That was fast.
We're there.
29%. Yep, $80,000.
Need a short.
That was a
I'm
big
gonna
pump.
open. Yeah, I'm gonna open my short right now. It's because they said that Trump is gonna cut tariffs.
38%.
Limit.
This one, kind of a trap. 3% down, then 11%, 12% up, followed by 18, 19% down. This one, not that much, about 6.5%. And as of this moment, how much have we gone down? About 9.9%. So basically, we filled it out. If we were to take it to the 14, 15% move, brings us roughly down to $70,000 to $69,000, which is the area where if we do go continue to go down, where I think we're going to get that bigger bounce. Now let's switch to 4 hour.
The price of it's going fucking nuts up and down.
If my 4 hour would load,
In 30 seconds, I made $100 and lost another 50. And now I'm down 100. I mean, obviously, I'm DCAing into my position right now. All right, 91, another ad.
I'm currently a sidelined cuck. Oh, come on, sometime today. That is a massive green dildo.
Yes, keep going up, motherfucker.
And I can't get my HPDR. I guess everybody's trying to get in on this. When we're at $81,000, holy shit. I'd like to short this, but
And
not
now it came down
technically
hard,
able
like
to.
80, 8,800. Hang on. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I just can't get my indicators to load.
I've never seen anything like this, dude. The price is going absolutely mental. It's going back 80, 8,500, 8,600. I've never seen anything like this in my
Well,
life.
S&P is up 2.5% on the day. Wow, no wonder Bitcoin is bouncing so much because stocks crashing didn't really take Bitcoin down that much.
Come on, 81. You know what? I'm
Okay.
just going to set a limit order. Still nothing on your chart? I'm sorry, I'm not
Okay,
looking.
now it's back up. 4 hours now, getting a move back up on momentum, getting back over the moving average, very close to getting out of bearish control zone, while volatility is starting to contract. Telling you very likely you're going to get a lower high from here, and it's likely going to be corrective. And usually when you get these corrective lower highs, they like to put in these big green dildos. And it's right as of this moment, you're getting a perfect rejection from this 21 EMA on the 4 hour because you do have a silver cross to the downside, and that is at about $80,900 to $81,000. If you were to get any type of move above this, you'd be looking somewhere between this 38.2 and the 55 EMA, which is right around 82 to 82, 250. Once you start closing over this 55 EMA, which lines up with this median, that's where you've likely grinded out another local bottom here. It's likely going to continue up a little bit somewhere towards 84s to maybe like $88,000. Anywhere between those, still macro lower high. Once you start closing over this $88,000 though, because now I started to shift would be enough for me to see new all-time highs. Before it was around $93,000. Now, if we see any type of daily close over $88,641, that's going to be enough for me to say we're probably going to new all-time highs. This is going to be very, very significant resistance, and even if we come up and test it, we likely reject. And that's a big if that we even come up and retest it. What's more likely is that 81 to 82s holds as a resistance and we turn over from there. If you look at the 4-hour jewel, we started to flip back around and lose the sell signal. Let's mark for the vertical line whenever we've done that. We have not confirmed this, however, because we have not closed the 4-hour. So it could just reject and dump from here and switch back to sell. Just lost the sell signal right here, within the bearish control zone. Lost it right there.
How much money did I just make? Oh, fuck yeah. Made $500, dude. And I got more shorts above. Ready. Let's go. What a day. What a fucking day. This is awesome.
This is the time of the market where the P&L swings are just wild.
Love it.
This is the reason why we trade Forex. I mean, why we trade crypto and not Forex.
Exactly. This is incredible.
That should be enough examples. Yeah, one more. Okay, this one was not. It kind of was. We just got a little trap. 1% up, 2.5% down, and then 4% up. This one, 2% up, then down. So these are giving quite small moves. This one's pretty big. This one was 18%.
Oh, I'm sad I cut my short. I would have made $1,000.
6.3. I'm disappointed that I didn't hold my 5.5 Bitcoin short from $82,000 or $84,000. I mean,
Oh, dude.
would have made like 75K.
We'll get there. We'll get there. So now with this, I'm almost at 10,000 in 5 days.
Jeez, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, hey, listen, I take the money home, dude. I don't need $1 billion. I'll take a little bit here, a little bit there. Buys me thing, nice here, a nice meal there. That's all I need. Come on, shorts.
1.3. So basically, in 5 days, you just bought a Rolex.
Yeah, or like, or I went to the grocery 3 times. Depends if you live in Newport.
At Whole Foods.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck, I
Or
would have
that-
printed if I just held that short.
Or that one kind of low-key gay-ass grocery store, Aero One.
Air One. Yeah. Can't call them that because we sell some stuff in there.
Oh, never mind. It's very, very, very straight. Only the most Sigmas of Sigmas shop there. 2%. So right now we've gotten basically the average move of around 2%. If we were to take it to 81, 82s, that'd be somewhere between 6.5% and like 7%. So that would be the next move up after the average of 2%. So the next one's about 5 to 7%. So it would be right along the lines of everything we saw, but we are seeing a pretty nasty rejection right now. Which down a little bit lower. Oh, shooting star. If we do close below this candle's close right here at $79,118, that would be enough for me to say this is a massive swing failure pattern, and we're probably going to break these lows. And that's coming alongside with momentum starting to flip down, rejecting the neutral zone with where the fuck is volatility? Come on. That was oh wow. Now it's red. That was a perfect what do you call it? Reset of momentum. Because we came to 100% on this dump, tapping the 97.5% range on the HPDR. Now the ranges have stepped up and they can dump further. Right now, the 97.5% range is sitting somewhere around $73,000. Come on. Well, I guess while we're waiting for that, we'll look at the jewel. On the 2 hour, the jewel did give a God mode buy signal, which kind of goes along with that big pump that we saw. But now it's looking like it might get invalidated because we're getting momentum flipping to the downside. We're getting volatility just about to start expanding, putting in a pretty massive shooting star candle, and now we've lost 38.2%. Where if we close below $78,600, we're probably going to see a pretty fast and aggressive nuke from here. Probably down at a minimum to that $73,000 area, and that's another 6% to the downside. If we're really bearish, we're probably just going to slice right through 73,000 and go to 68K. Let's go to the monthly. Sometimes it is. Come on. Come on.
This is crazy. Carlos here on Vimeo is telling us on Elite that he cannot trade on Robinhood. There's a trading halt.
What?
Yeah.
Do they not want people to sell?
Well, obviously not. They're trying to fuck everyone in and out of the market. This is not normal market behavior for everyone. This is like the fuckery before something big.
All right. So right now on the monthly, that situation is kind of playing out that we were looking for the past couple of weeks, weeks, is where we have several rejections of this median, and we're looking for once we get a loss of this 9 EMA to get a pretty aggressive move down to the bottom 38.2%. But right now we are kind of getting that. We got a pretty massive dump over the last 2 days, and we've now solidly lost this 9 EMA, and we haven't really gotten a bounce here. Like this time, we got a pretty quick bounce off the 9 EMA, both of these 2 times. Only time before where we didn't really see a quick bounce off the 9 EMA was back in summer of 2024, whenever we got a pretty aggressive nuke down on the Japan trade, down to the bottom 38.2%. So right now, that's still going to be our target until we get 83,000, basically the wake of this high, 88,656 retaken. Our target is going to be this bottom 38.2% and 21 EMA. That sits at about $67,000. And although we have fallen quite a bit so far, that's still another like 14 to 15% to the downside. Liquidating basically whatever people think they caught this high low here at $74,000, thinking that all right, we got a generational long. another 14 to 50% would liquidate them if they're anything more than like 8x leverage, which most people trying to catch bottoms are a lot more than 8x leverage. Right now, on the monthly, we are getting momentum flipping to the downside, rejecting the moving average while volatility is flipping up. The only time that we've had this setup and from this low volatility is, let's see, not even here. During the Luna dump, we had higher volatility. It was this move here from around $60,000 to $28,000. Now let's switch over to Tether. And we're seeing a massive breakout in Tether. Tether right now is just about to reclaim this bottom 38.2% with momentum breaking out of the bearish control zone. As of right now, volatility is declining, but once it closes over that bottom 38.2%, you're going to get volatility expansion, and that's going to be a massive pump. The last time Tether really reclaimed the bottom 38.2%, not right here, it rejected in summer of 2024 and rejected right here in August of 2023. Last time we reclaimed the bottom 38.2% was in April of 2022. The next 2 months was the Luna collapse. The only situation where we have a comparable setup on Tether right now was with Luna. So there goes another thing that lines up with Luna collapse, pullback coming or crash coming. That would give us a minimum target of hitting this meme line and median sitting somewhere around 7.303 to 7.18%. That is from where we are right now, like a 20-ish% move up on Tether dominance, bringing at the very minimum Bitcoin down that 20-ish%, which as of right now, I believe if my simple rough maths will do it right, that's lower than $67,000. And the quarterly is now about to reclaim this 38.2%. So if that happens, I mean 78.6%. If that happens, that would give us a higher target than this 7% area meme line. That would be somewhere around this 88.8%, which is kind of a retest of our current all-time highs on Tether dominance. With quarterly momentum getting back above the moving average and volatility as of this moment in the contraction phase. The last time quarterly momentum freshly got back over the moving average was right here in January of 2022. Everything is pointing towards that we're in a bear market. Switch down to the 5-day on Tether. 5-day is giving us a fresh silver cross to the upside, and 5-day is now getting back over the 38.2%. Whenever that happens, that gives you a minimum of hitting the 61.8%. 61.8% right now is at 6.3%. That would be a reclaim of this 200 SMA. The last time we solidly reclaimed this 200 SMA was, well, the last time we were over it solidly was around January of 2024, but that time we lost it. Let's see when we reclaimed it. Wow. Never. We've never been below it and then reclaimed it. That would be quite massive. Now let's see the last time we had a fresh silver cross. Over here, we went up to the 78.6%. There's a silver cross down. This was in November of 2023, right before the United States setup. And this one is the most comparable silver cross one that we have right now. And that is in January of 2022. Start of the bear market. Another point in direction of that we are in a bear market. Quite scary to see the silver cross to the upside on Tether. Now you're seeing momentum flipping back up, just about to get into the bullish control zone with volatility flipping back up to support it. The last time we had this move was back in February of 2025. The other time was, let's see. Quite a while ago. Right over here in May of 2022, right before the Luna collapse. Luna was in June. And right now the 5 days on the jewel, 5-day on the jewel is switching back into a buy signal within the bullish control zone. There's no other way that I can describe it other than bear market. All right, let's switch to the RSI.
Oh, the daily candle on Bitcoin is fucking crazy.
The
I'm gonna go
S&P
take
came
this.
very very close to hitting my target right here on that bearish divergence at around 45.50.
Oof.
So it looks like we still got lower to go on the S&P, especially since as long as we're below
Yeah.
the 9 at 5,200.
Yeah, this is a little break from the big Dumpsky. You need to get people in. That's why, remember in the morning we were talking about like they're pushing the fish, they're pushing the good news. So this is what they're getting. So we're gonna go lower. I'm gonna short and hard.
Sure, very short and hard.
Mm-hmm.
So short and hard, might have to go to the emergency room for an erection lasting longer than 4 hours.
I mean, last time it took me 30 seconds, so let's hope that this is another quick trade.
A little quickie.
A little quickie.
On the quarterly, we have still active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. We're just about to invalidate it though. It will be invalidated with the close below 76,702, which we did go below. We just didn't. We're just currently bouncing at the quarterly 5 EMA, which it does make a lot of sense to bounce at this quarterly 5 EMA because this is very significant support. Once you start to lose that quarterly 5 EMA, that's when your bear market starts. Every single time you've lost that quarterly 5 EMA, bear market, bear market, bear market, every single time. And the other thing you're going to do once you invalidate that hidden bullish divergence, you're going to put in a local top right here. Local top with 1, 2, 3 drives of bearish divergence. That would give you a minimum target of hitting this 21 EMA, and this would be a bear market bottom number of around $47,000 to $46,000. That is still quite the dumpski from where we are right now. It's about 40% lower from where we are right now. So don't worry, even if you haven't caught any shorts yet and you've just been sitting to the sideline, you just really need to catch that one, and you probably don't have to trade for the rest of the year. When you try to force stuff is when you get fucked. Monthly currently has confirmed a bearish divergence on the stochastic, on the RSI, on the Joule. Basically, every single momentum indicator there is has a confirmed monthly bearish divergence on the on it. And every single time you had a bearish divergence confirmed on the monthly, it's been the start of the bear market. I don't believe this time is going to be different. I think it's going to play out like it has always, and I think we're in the bear market. Before like we were saying in January, we were kind of giving the idea. We're like, don't want to say it now, but kind of looks like a top. Kind of giving us all of the top signals. Maybe we go 10, 15% higher from here, but it kind of looks like a top. And now it's kind of playing out. But people were saying stuff about crypto president, and this time is different. Doesn't seem that way.
It's the tailwinds, Marhan. It's just the tailwinds. The thing is, we got a crypto president. Donald Trump supporting crypto. Gary Gensler is now gone. And yeah, he was the bad guy. So now you see crypto should go up with tailwinds.
Thank you, Scott.
We never saw a dumpski like this whenever Biden was president.
Or when Gary Gensler was opening all those lawsuits against crypto firms. No one understands how this works. If the government's going for something against something, you want to invest in that something.
Yeah, I guess he wasn't lying when he said he was going to have the best recession.
He was. It's going to be the most beautiful recession. It's going to be great. People are going to love it. They're going to lose all their money. They're going to enjoy unemployment. It's going to be amazing.
The unemployment checks will have my name on them. On the 2-week, we have confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence, with the Joule giving us that God mode sell signal, pink crossing below yellow. It's just looking really bad. And now the 2-week is giving us a volatility setup. I'll get to that in the momentum chart. Weekly has now invalidated that hidden bullish divergence that we were looking for it to happen, and it's looking like we're going to hit that bearish critical zone. Right now, that level sits. It's going to update, but right now it sits at $57,500. Excuse me, $57,500. 5-day has now invalidated that neutral signal in the Joule and switched back to a sell signal, with volatility once again very close to expansion. 2-day has 3 drives confirmed of hidden bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below 88,656. And your next tick is going to be getting below 74,444. And that likely takes you to somewhere around $63,000. Come on. Nothing. That one. Although this, I do kind of want to mention one thing that was a little funny is how people got so omega bullish because of that bullish divergence on the daily and failure. I guess most people fail to consider, yeah, there was a bullish divergence on the daily, but there's a bearish one on the monthly.
Well, it's just tailwinds. Okay, it's just tailwinds.
The famous bearish divergence tailwind. On the quarterly, volatility is still expanding from the lowest level it's ever been. Momentum is shifting down, and the pivot went up by almost 100%. It was previously about $48,000 to flip it down. Now the pivot to flip it down is $93,000. We are $15,000 below that number right now.
On the quarterly.
Very unlikely
Holy
we flip this
shit.
down. I mean, very unlikely we flip this
Up.
back up.
Yeah.
And it's highly likely this is going to remain to the downside. The last time we freshly flipped quarterly momentum down was in January of 2022. Another point in favor of this is the start of the bear market. If we look before that, the other time before that we switched momentum down freshly was in January of 2018 / October of 2017. The 2017 market cycle top and start of the bear market. So basically whatever time frame, whatever setup you're looking at tells you that we're probably in a bear market. And the sooner you catch on to that, the sooner you accept it, the sooner you stop the bleeding. Because you can fight the trend and you can fight whatever direction the market is going in. You just probably won't win that fight. On the monthly, we're getting that volatility set up with volatility dropping below 15%. The moving average is caught right up with it. The only time that we've had this setup with volatility and a bearish divergence on the monthly was right here back before the Luna collapse. Another point in favor of Luna crash. And we are now losing the critical zone. Last time we lost the critical zone was when we dropped to $28,000 from $60,000. So at the very least, very minimum, we should see like a 50 to 60% drop from all-time highs. If we were to take that, 50% brings us to around $54,000. 60% brings us to around $41,000, which is my $43,000, which is my bias for that bear market pot. Very interesting how that works out. And it would be diminishing returns because each market cycle, the bear market goes less and less percent down. 2 week is also giving us that volatility setup. And the last time we had that volatility set up with bearish divergence, 3 drives especially, was back over here in Luna. And we're flipped down below $101,500. So we'd have to go up about $23,000 for that. Weekly is giving us that volatility setup with the derp of death, and we're pointed down below $82,300. So if we do continue to see a bounce from here, this is the area where we very likely reject. Well, it's kind of looking like that bounces over. 5-day is dancing around, flipping up, still pointing to the downside, and it will remain down as long as we close below 79,550. As we kind of bounced up to reject today, didn't we? Oh no, we went to 80, 81. 2-day is currently freshly flipping down with a volatility setup, and it's rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it will remain down as long as we're below $80,300. Let's see, last time we had a 2-day volatility setup was right over here. We dumped immediately about 18.9%. The next time was here. We pumped on that. Let's see the fuck last time to the downside. Next one to the downside was this one. It wasn't quite volatility expansion. From the lows, we just basically tapped right above 15%. That was right here. Another 18.9%. This one, not really, because it didn't really quite go to 15%, just went pretty close. So where were we? About 11%. Trying to find a good setup to the downside. This one went below 15%, and quite a bit. About 21%, very close to 18.9. This is in the bull market, so you're not going to see many of these play out to the downside. This one played out to the downside. About 14%. So let's take it somewhere between 14 and 20% to the downside from where that expansion fires off. Expanded right there. We're currently down about 10%. So if we take it 14%, that would be about $71,000, and 20% brings us to about $67,000. Very bias fitting. Daily is now also getting volatility expansion. It was previously trying to flip back up, but then we got a massive dump, and we are currently flipped down as long as we're below $78,400, which we are dancing right around that number right now. And 4 hours now getting a volatility extreme, and very likely you're going to get a contraction phase from here, which is the mean reversion to the upside, which we are kind of getting right now. And momentum is starting to flip up. It is currently flipped up, and it will remain to the upside as long as we're above 76,350.
Very
2 hours
nice.
now, yeah, pretty good amount lower than we are right now. So it kind of does seem like we could get a little bit of a move higher.
Please. I have shorts ready.
And the 2 hour is now getting that volatility contraction, which is mean reversion to the upside. We're rejecting getting into the critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're below 74,900, 74,950. So right now, all of the high timeframes on Bitcoin are aligned to the downside. We're very close to invalidating or hitting bullish divergence on the quarterly and putting in a fresh drive, third drive bearish divergence on the quarterly. That would give us a minimum target of hitting somewhere around $48,000 to $46,000. Right now, it does seem like we will get a little bit of a bounce after tapping that $74,000 area, which we are seeing on the low time frames. We're seeing momentum flipping to the upside. You're seeing volatility start to go into contraction phase. And if we do continue up from here, I'd be looking somewhere around 81.5 to 82.5. Very, very high probability you reject from there, form some more hidden bearish divergence, and then dump from there to somewhere around 67 for a bigger bounce. And then from that bounce, I think we're probably going to drop into the 40s. Invalidation followed this now is getting a daily close over $88,700. If you get that, then you're likely going to need all-time highs. And right now, on the opposite hand, to go lower, you'd have to drop below 76,702, and then you'd probably go to $67,000. But right now, I am leaning extremely bearish, and everything is pointing towards the fact that we're probably in the start of the bear market.
Yes, sir. Just starting, and everyone's thinking this is almost over.
A lot more lower than here.
I gotta say, I absolutely love the markets this year. 2025 is the greatest year of all. It's just the greatest year of all time to be a trader.
It's just so much fun.
You're gonna enjoy the moves. They're gonna go up. They're gonna go down. And either way, we're gonna make money because we're gonna follow the price of Bitcoin.
My son Baron, he tells me all the time, "Father, go long. Father, go short."
By the way, they promised that they were gonna. They said that there could be a chance of zero capital gains tax. Now everyone's got zero capital gain taxes because no one's got capital gains. So congratulations, everyone.
Yeah, that's the one silver lining, fellas. No capital gains anymore.
We did it. We fucking did it. No one pays capital gains taxes anymore. Okay. The next one's gonna be ETH. ETH. Is it home? I don't know. We'll see, Ben. We'll talk about it.
Tailwind.
All right, Scott. Thank you.
Going
This is
down.
Ben's time.
All right, finishing these.
There you go. You're done with ETH. That was pretty quick. All righty. I'll start with this. Thank you, sir. That was great. Ok, vamos a empezar con el Bitcoin en la temporalidad diaria, solamente para que vean la estructura de esto. Pueden ver que estamos siendo bajos más bajos, no importa cómo se vea esta vela. Por supuesto que el cierre va a ser lo importante justamente en la zona del 78,575. Ahora, Ramón, me preguntas acá en el E-Trading Academy que si Bitcoin llega a caer a los 45,000, debería comprar spot. Normalmente cuando encuentras un fondo en criptomonedas, en el mercado de criptomonedas, yo recomendaría, y sobre todo, estás hablando de Bitcoin, la más segura de todas las monedas, vamos a decirle así, ¿no? Si estamos hablando de Bitcoin y estamos hablando de comprar lo que creemos es el fondo, lo querría 100% hacer en spot. Porque si llega a bajar más, pues bueno, simplemente no compras todo en un putazo. Entonces vas a diferir tu entrada 2, 3, 4 veces, tal vez 5, depende, pon tus límites y ponte, no pierdas la cabeza. Solamente quiero decir eso, mi Ramón, ahí lo tienes. Ok, vamos a empezar en la trimestral. Brutal movimientos en Bitcoin ahorita. Me acabo de aventar un short que me duró 20 minutos, digo 20 segundos. Me dio una lanita deliciosa, un buen 30% rápido. Lo caché en 80,600 y luego cayó. Voy a ser completamente honesto. Hasta ahora, simplemente por todo lo que estoy viendo en las tablas, tengo otros shorts abiertos más arriba. Esperando a que entre a esos shorts. Yo ayer me salí de todas mis posiciones porque creí que habíamos llegado a un extremo y ahora estamos muy por encima de ello, así que estoy contento. Nos ha ido bien esta semana a todos nosotros. Continuemos así, no sean avaros. Y, por cierto, una recomendación bastante buena que platicamos en Discord para todos, rápido. Si estás tradeando, asegúrate de tener 2 cuentas. Una para los swings completos y una para no los swings completos. ¿A qué me refiero? Sencillo. Por ejemplo, cuando estamos acá y hacemos un short en los 100,000, ¿no? Que es donde empezamos nosotros acá en los 100,000, shorteando, voy a tener mi cuenta de alto riesgo, que eso quiere decir que voy a tenerla con mi swing de 100,000 hasta los 49,000, ¿no? Digamos que ese es mi límite. Y no voy a salirme, me voy a quedar ahí. No importa si me liquidan ese movimiento, si se regresa a cero, lo que sea. Esta va a ser mi cuenta agresiva, ¿ok? Y también voy a tener una cuenta normal. La cuenta normal va a ser, estoy en 100, cada que llegue una de estas líneas voy a vender, ¿ok? Y simplemente voy a swinguear niveles más pequeños para no quedarme con nada. Así de sencillo. Y ha funcionado divino desde que lo empecé a hacer hace 2 días. No, no es cierto. Solamente para tenerlo presente. Ok, estamos en la trimestral viendo el precio de Bitcoin. Bitcoin está cotizando en $79,000 en este momento, pero está literalmente, pueden ver el gran doji que está poniendo. Esta vela todavía le quedan 2 meses, 24 días para cerrar. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9, justamente en la zona de los $65,000. Lo que pensamos es un siguiente objetivo bastante claro para nosotros. Por ahora, tenemos esta vela topera, además de la vela topera, un buen cierre por debajo simplemente de $76,000. En esta vela trimestral nos haría saber que ya se cocinó todo este arroz y ahí quedamos. Pero por ahora, ahí está, volatilidad había expandido, pero pueden ver que se dio la vuelta y ahora está un poco en lo plano, en lo que estamos teniendo esta caída, así que ya no tenemos un setup de volatilidad. En la trimestral tenemos una posible, lo que vimos en la trimestral fue el pivote de momentum cambiar. Estaba en 40 y tantos mil dólares y subió a 92, $93,000. Estando abajo de eso, es bajista, para que lo sepan, y eso eliminaría nuestras divergencias alcistas en la trimestral y eso nos llevaría literalmente a acabarlo, lo que habíamos visto un poco con la mensual. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual, por primera vez estamos perdiendo nuestro promedio del 9. Nuestro promedio del 9 está en 80,208. Nosotros consideramos a Bitcoin en un mercado bajista una vez que pierda este 9. Faltan todavía 23 días y 10 horas para cerrar esto, lo que quiere decir que todavía puede bajar más. Así que tranquilos, carnales. ¿Cómo sabemos si estamos mal? Por cierto, muy sencillo. Retomar la zona de los 88,000 para arriba. Eso va a ser tu señal de que estamos equivocados y esto va a irse a altos históricos. Como pueden ver, el número bajó de estar en 94,000, 92,000, dependiendo de qué tabla estés viendo. Ese número bajó a este simple velazo en los 88,000. Así que si estamos por encima de los 88,000, sabemos que esto va a ser alcista. Si estamos por debajo, continuaremos con nuestra preferencia de ser bajistas en estos movimientos que estamos viendo. Estamos rompiendo estructura. Pueden ver que estamos creando bajos más bajos. No hemos creado nuevos altos más altos, solamente bajos más bajos, por lo que este alto y el siguiente bajo todavía no están puestos. Si les pongo la línea de tendencia, lo van a poder ver tranquilamente. Pueden ver, tenemos este alto y este bajo. Va a ser este el nuevo bajo, si quiere decir que sí. De nuevo, faltan 23 días y 10 horas para cerrar. Esto debería de buscar en el siguiente movimiento una zona para hacer el siguiente alto más bajo. ¿Ok? Pero por ahora todavía seguimos acá, así que no se me adelanten todavía al movimiento. Eso dicho, Vámonos a la mensual. Pueden ver que estamos llegando al punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla, lo que está preparando un setup de volatilidad. Recuerden que la volatilidad acá, estas barras rojas o naranjas son el 100%. La línea de colores es la línea de la volatilidad. La línea blanca es el promedio de la volatilidad. Y nosotros consideramos los mejores setups cuando caemos por debajo del 15%. Nosotros pusimos esta línea meme en todos nuestros assets favoritos. Y una vez que el precio llega acá y sale, es cuando tenemos un setup de volatilidad confirmado. El hecho que esto todavía no haya expandido nos dice que todavía no hemos visto el movimiento real de lo que estamos a punto de ver, señores. Quiero que nos quede absolutamente claro eso. Eso quiere decir que lo que ya vieron hoy todavía no acaba, ¿ok? O va a ser un movimiento mega agresivo a la alza, pero mega agresivo a la baja. Y simplemente viendo cómo van las cosas, hagan sus apuestas. Nada mal. Estamos siendo rechazados por la media. Cuando vemos el HPDR, la media también coincide con nuestra línea meme en los 88,000. Y desde entonces hemos estado cayendo, perdiendo el 9. ¿Cuál es el siguiente objetivo? La parte baja de la zona azul en $67,000. ¿Ok? Por lo que creemos que antes de fin de mes podremos ver esos $67,000 en Bitcoin. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas teníamos el rechazo de la media por acá, después caímos de la zona azul, rechazo de la zona azul, intentamos rechazar otra vez la zona azul y ahora estamos en esta vela, la de 2 semanas, faltan 6 días para cerrar, cerrando por debajo del promedio del 21 que está en 81,600, también cierras por debajo de esta vela topera te confirma que esto es un tope y va a haber seguimiento a esto y normalmente donde Bitcoin se cansa es en el 88.3%, es lo que esperaría un 62,000. Muy probable si se llega a dar este escenario. ¿Dónde cambia por acá la cosa? Con este cierre de esta de 2 semanas por encima de los 81,100 y cacho, 150. Eso nos haría pensar que tal vez tengamos un viajecillo más a esa zona de los 88, mínimo al 86. Pero hasta por ahora lo que tenemos es un setup de volatilidad. Ahora que nuestra volatilidad está cayendo por debajo del 15%, está preparando un movimiento agresivísimo. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal está ya escupiendo a la alza este movimiento jamás a la baja. Normalmente es un 30%. ¿Dónde es que comenzó a expandir esto? Perdón. Ahí está. Ok. Y el movimiento es más a la baja que a la alza. Vamos a tomar esta vela de la parte alta, poner un 30% que nos pone justamente nuestra línea meme, los $59,000, que es exactamente lo que esperaba. ¿No les encanta cuando todo esto justamente va a lo que ya pensabas y tú lo manipulas para que parezca que es una... No, no es cierto. Por ahora, en lo que estamos cayendo, también no me sorprendería un buen rebote a la zona del 61.8%, pero por ahora estamos en $79,000 en la orilla y perder el 55, $76,000 va a ser el siguiente camino para abajo, así que atentos por ahí. Perder $79,000. 5 días. 5 días ya no tiene este setup de volatilidad. Lo mató por acá. Ok. Y ahora, para que sepan, una vez que la volatilidad cae por debajo del promedio, que es lo que estás viendo, la línea de colores yéndose por debajo de la línea blanca, acá la volatilidad está contrayendo. No consideramos expansión a menos de que lo rompa a la alza acá. Ok. Por más que esté volteándose así, no lo vamos a considerar expansión de volatilidad. Pueden ver que está aguantando el 61.8% y está peleando por ahí con el precio para no caer una vez más a la zona de los $73,000, que es muy probablemente donde en realidad se va a encontrar con el EMA 100, el de 5 días, que está en los $71,400. Seguimos viendo más y más cosas bajistas. Estamos viendo que el 9 cayó por debajo del 21, lo que nos dice debilidad de precio. Ahora el 9 está por debajo del 34, lo que indica aún más debilidad de precio y continuamos en esta caída. De nuevo, en un mercado bajista no quieres apostar a, cuando ves un fondo, apostarle al long. ¿Por qué? Porque es más fácil simplemente esperarte a que suba y hacer un short. Cuando estás en una tendencia alcista, solamente compras para irte arriba, en long, ¿no? No vas a shortear una tendencia alcista, no vas a hacer lo mismo en una tendencia bajista. Y señores, estamos en una tendencia bajista, que nos quede claro, altos más bajos, bajos más altos. Diaria. la de harina, damas y caballeros. Pueden ver que estamos y llegamos a tocar la parte del 78.6%. Normalmente los fondos, justo como nos dijo Farhan, son el 88.3%. Esos son $72,000 básicamente en este momento. Nuestra vela en este momento está siendo un poco indecisa. Lo que me hizo tomar mi short en este momento fue que íbamos a rechazar la parte baja de la zona azul. Normalmente después de perder la zona azul, vienes a retestear la zona azul y caer. ¿Qué espero? Me encantaría que viniera a retestear la zona azul una vez más hasta el promedio del 9. Me saco la lotería porque aquí es donde estoy esperando como pinche águila hacerle más corto a esto. Obviamente si algo cambia, pues ya veremos, pero por ahora es ahí donde estoy encontrando máxima oportunidad en esta zona en los 80,800 básicamente y el 81,900, que es nuestro promedio, el 9. Ahora, los 83,167, que es la media en la zona azul, sería mi sueño mojado, ¿ok? Para que lo entiendan, así es como estoy viendo esto y estoy posicionando mi todo. Ahora, importante, la de 4 horas, tenemos este subidongo, rechazo del promedio del 9, este rechazo del promedio del 9. Ahora, estamos ya en extremos, definitivamente, pero podemos regresar a la parte baja del extremo, ¿ok? Porque esta vela ya te lo dio. Esta es la de 4 horas, falta 1 hora para cerrar. De no poder cerrar arriba de $79,000, vamos a ver la parte baja de esto otra vez en 76,000 y nos perdimos el long. De poder cerrar por encima, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería de ser el 21. El 21 es un retesteo de la zona del 80,780. Eso nos pone justamente a retestear la parte baja de la zona azul, lo que hizo que básicamente donde abrí mi primer corto el día de hoy. Y un extremo divino, esos 82 con el promedio en la parte baja de la zona azul que se combina con mi línea meme resistencia a la baja. Y recuerden, esto sería el bearish retest y sería el más divino de toda la historia. Se los voy a poner así de fácil, si es que se llega a dar, ¿ok? Vamos a ver si se llega a dar. Pero lo pueden ver acá. Perdón, no sé por qué traigo estas prendidas. Ok. Ok. Normalmente cuando tienes un nivel importante, y pueden ver lo importante que fue este nivel, ¿qué pasa una vez que lo perdimos? Nos derretimos a la baja. Este nivel debería funcionar como imán. Esto debería hacer esto, pegar acá, una vez que esté acá, dar el siguiente paso, porque esto nos haría un alto más bajo que estos, daría continuación a la tendencia y después de hacer un alto más bajo que sigue, un bajo más bajo. Y es lo que nos daría la siguiente oportunidad grande. Así que esta zona, una vez más, en los 82,250 es una zona demasiado importante para el precio. Por ahora nos gustaría la de 4 horas, si queremos entrar en ese gran short, que retomemos esos 79,000, el promedio del 100, que lo estamos haciendo en este momento. Voy a meterme timelines más degenerados, bien, pero ahora podemos ver que nos va a costar trabajo los 79,600, 500, que es donde está el 21 por acá. Esa va a ser nuestra siguiente resistencia. De ahí entramos a mi zona de short. Así que estamos muy cerca de esto. Esto podría ser. Ahora, ya le hicimos el front run a regresar al retesteo bajista y de aquí nos vamos para abajo. Podría ser. No estoy diciendo que no. Me voy a meter acá en un short y desesperarme. No. Vas a poner tus órdenes límite, cabrón, para no perder la cabeza. ¿Ok? Por ahora pueden ver que este movimiento tuvo dos acciones, esta expansión de volatilidad y la volatilidad en extremos. Te dio la bajada y también te dio la subida. Cuando se resete esto y después te dé otra vez el movimiento, hace el real. Es lo que estamos viendo en Bitcoin. Se les voy a dejar sencilla para todos ustedes. Es básicamente esto. Tenemos esta línea de tendencia por acá. Pueden ver exactamente lo bien que ha funcionado. Les voy a esconder ¿cómo se llama? Los indicadores. Y acá es justo lo que estamos, ante esta resistencia que ha estado desde acá hasta estos niveles. Básicamente, me atrevería a ponerlo así, exactamente. Es como se debería de ver. Y seguimos bajando. Alto, alto más bajo, 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 alto más bajo y continuamos, ¿ok? Quieren tener los niveles. 82,250 es esta línea, 89,000, si lo quieren poner acá, es esta línea. Recuerden que la parte alta, las partes fuertes del rango, los rangos enteros son las líneas amarillas. Los puntos donde el precio le gusta intercambiar de manos son las líneas doteadas, las punteadas. Así que estos son rangos. ¿Y por qué uso rangos? Si estoy cayendo de acá, voy a esperar esto. Esto es swing trading. Comprar acá, vender acá o al revés. También comprar acá, vender acá. Eso es, por eso me gustan los rangos, bastante sencillo. Y ahora con mi cuenta de bajo riesgo, voy a vender cada que pase por estas zonas. No importa qué zona sea, cualquiera de estas resistencias o soportes voy a vender. Es simplemente jugarla. Y mis apuestas fuertes van a continuar a los movimientos fuertes, largos. Listo. Con eso dicho y hecho, eso es Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Vamos con Ethereum. Ah, y por cierto.
Ethereum, we love Ethereum. It's our favorite shitcoin.
We love the Ethereum.
It may be a worthless piece of shit, but you know.
No one uses it for their NFTs anymore. I'm on Solana, that's where I sold my meme coin. Para todos los que quieran, una vez más, no les he puesto el Discord, el link de Discord. Se los voy a dejar acá. Espero que todos estén teniendo un excelente día. Dense una vuelta por si quieren aprender. Esto es absolutamente gratis para todos ustedes. Así que aquí tienen los análisis del buen Alex, los de Farhan. Vénganse al chat general a platicar con todos nosotros por acá. Vengan a compartir tus P&Ls. Déjenme ver cómo vamos en estos momentos que nos fue. ¡Ta madre! 1000%. A la 1000%. Tío. Jugadón. 8000. Estos son. No, esto es dinero y el otro es porcentaje. 8300. Nada mal, count. Nada mal. Bien, Tomatito hace 1000% en ese short. 500x.
8,350. I believe that's
Hang on a second. Look at this.
8,350.
Look at this. This is a 500x short. This dude made 1000% on it in like 5 minutes, probably. Tomatito, wow.
How does your chair support the weight of massive balls?
Of those mega balls. Holy shit balls. So
Massive huevos. Muy grande huevos.
Yeah, and for anyone watching, by the way, this is our Discord. It's absolutely free. Come talk to the chat. We speak English. We speak Spanish. Come check out everyone's analysis. Farhan's, Alex is right here, etc. This is free. I'm going to put it on the description right here on the tweet. I forgot to do it before, but I will right now as soon as Farhan takes over. And you can find also all of our links right here. And at the same time, our crypto lingo, which is very popular. In case you don't understand something we're talking about, it's all here so that you get it all. This is all free. Also, you want to trade with us, boys? You want to trade futures? Don't worry. This is also free. Come to our website, pick on how-tos, and then just go here where there's a little problem for some reason. But I promise you, it's right here. Then you go on Bluffin and do all that nice stuff. So there you go. There you have it. Mr. Farhan, we're ready for your shit. I don't know what's going on, but there you go. And now this is Ethereum.
Ethereum, we love Ethereum. Never made any money with Ethereum, but we love it. So it kind of looks like Benjamin Cowan is screaming in his pants, and Ethereum is going to come home, or it might already be home. We have this little.
That's a little representation, a visual.
His bedroom looks like Randy Marsh when he got that computer.
Exactly. In California.
We have this little box right here on Ethereum. You can consider this home. This will be Ethereum's home. Casa de Ethereum right here. And that sits right here between the 50% range on the HPDR and the 61.8%, which is where we had our last macro bottom, somewhere around $900, right around that 50% to 61.8%. That rests at this moment between $1,300 and $1,000. My bias is it's probably going to come down somewhere towards $1,000, probably wick a lot below it to the 78.6%. That would be a lower low on the macro. That would be down to $759. And the reason why I'm expecting a lower low is because we have a lower high. And usually what follows a lower high is a lower low. So I'm thinking we're probably going to wick to somewhere around $760. And then if we're bullish, close over 1,076. That happens, that'd be an ultimate swing failure pattern. And next cycle, I target somewhere around $10,000 to $11,000. But that's a very big if. And that's copium for the next cycle, not for this one. And right now, momentum is solidly below the moving average in the quarterly, with volatility expanding. And the jewel is now losing its buy signal and flipping over to a neutral signal. So the last time that we had momentum to the downside with volatility expansion on the quarterly on Ethereum was right over here when the price was at $3,800. Then we went to 900 or 800, $880 from there. So how much of a dump ski was that? That was about 76% to the downside. It's like 76% down from this green candle's close. Bring this to about $770. Very interesting. Very close
No
to my
way.
buys.
Get out of here.
That's amazing.
Get out of here.
Wouldn't you love to buy Ethereum at $770?
I would love to. It's my favorite shitcoin. Not really.
My favorite shit coin is the Trump coin. It's the most beautiful coin.
Oh yeah. I heard we're doing well. How's that doing?
And now some more sobering details. Ethereum is about to get its first close on the quarterly below the 38.2% since the entire bull market started. There's only one time where we've actually no, we didn't close below 38.2% right here. That's crazy. We just opened below it. We've never closed below 38.2%. Huh. Even more that supports the idea of a lower low. Let's just hope that lower low holds at $750 and doesn't drop towards like $500 right here. If we're really bearish, that's probably what's gonna happen. And then the next cycle we just make a lower high somewhere around like $2,000 and zero. I don't see much of a reason for Ethereum to not die, to be honest. Other than like its name strength or
Yeah,
name
I mean,
recognition.
but again, there's no fundamentals on anything. Why is Litecoin still working? Like, why is it still like selling and people are buying it and shit, right?
The one thing that I'm gonna give you though is that you were one of the first ones to be shitting on Ethereum back in that 2021 cycle when the NFTs were going off, and at that point Ethereum was still looking pretty decent on the chart. So I was like, all right, I can see it going to new all-time highs, and you're like, no, Ethereum is dog shit because of those NFTs. Solana is so much cheaper, and I was like, I don't know, maybe we'll go to new all-time highs. And then it started playing out into that theory. On the quarterly on Ethereum BTC, it's looking even worse than Ethereum USD is. We are now at the lows on ETH BTC that we were at in 2020 and 2019. We are about to break our macro low on ETH BTC. Once that breaks, like ETH BTC is going to approach the prices it was at when Ethereum was first a thing. That is how much lower than where we are right now? About another 80 to 90% of a dump. ETH BTC dumping 80 to 90% brings ETH down at least 80 to 90% as well. That's even lower than $770. If you were to take, let's go to the monthly first. Monthly is now also breaking down. See if we have enough for, no, we don't, there's no 55. The monthly did confirm a silver cross to the downside back in September of 2024. And we've never had a silver cross to the downside on ETH BTC. As of right now, it makes sense to bounce from somewhere in the zones because we are tapping the 90% ranges on the HBDR. So maybe we see a bounce somewhere right here in this 5 EMA, but it's so bearish, I don't see it really going any higher than that 5 EMA. Let's back to the quarterly and switch back to ETH. Let's just for funsies take that 88% dump on from here on based on ETH BTC. Oh my God.
Stop.
This is the scenario where 1 ETH equals 1 Solana.
I don't know, Solana. If by the way, if that's the case, I know that everyone thinks that, wait, what was the narrative from Bitcoin that we were like on Friday saying it was retarded? That people were saying that Bitcoin was what?
Decoupling?
Decoupling. Yeah. Like anyone who thinks that Solana is going to decouple from or Ethereum from the entire market is just not. Like if Ethereum goes to shit, Solana is going to go to mega shit too.
Or maybe Vitalik dies.
Well, that'd be a black swan.
That's looking quite good. On ETH BTC, we just closed this last quarter above our all-time highs. I mean, ETH Sol ETH. So we closed our last quarter above the all-time highs, previous all-time highs on Sol ETH. This is giving us a clear target of, at the very least, filling out this wick and going up to like 0.09. That is, from where we are now, like another 33% move up on SOL versus ETH. Switch down to the monthly. Monthly is now solidly over the median. We have, actually, no, it closed last month over the median. Pretty solidly last month it closed over the median. And that gives us a target of, at the very least, tapping the median again, if not closing over it. And if we do close over this median, that's going to be where we get our breakout on SOL versus Ethereum. And SOL is going to absolutely fly versus Ethereum and probably hit somewhere around the 61.8%, where it's found its top before. And that 61.8% from where we are as of this moment is like almost 60% to the upside. It's not looking good, bruvs, for Ethereum. On the monthly, we are getting a bounce off of this 100 EMA, which does make sense. It's the first time SOL has ever been. Have a good trip, bro. So we are bouncing right off that 100. First time we've ever even been to the 100 on Ethereum, because we don't really have much data. So it doesn't make sense to get a bounce here. And if we do continue to bounce here, the highest I could really see it go is somewhere around the 61.8% at around 1795 to 1800. And that's even getting there is a very big if. But if we do get there, I don't see us getting much higher than there at all. And from there, I'm expecting us to dump to somewhere around $1,300. Momentum is now freshly in the bearish control zone with volatility supporting it. It's looking quite bad. 2-week is now flipping also freshly back down after trying to flip back up with volatility supporting it, but it is looking like we are going to bounce somewhere in this zone because both momentum and volatility are hitting very extreme levels. Momentum and volatility both at 95%. The jewel is giving us a pretty bearish signal where it's breaking back into the bearish control zone. But usually when it breaks freshly into the bearish control zone, you do get a little bit of a bounce there. And then it likes to retest the bearish control zone and then flip back over. So right now it's lining up with us hitting the 200 SMA on the 2-week, hitting the 97.5%. Very, very high probability to bounce from here to somewhere around that $1,800 zone. While the HPR ranges can step down, and then I'll expect to dump to 1,300 from there. The invalidation for that dump to 1,300 is going to be getting a weekly close over $2,103. Then we're probably going to go back up to somewhere around mid 2000s to maybe $3,000. But if you notice on the 2-week, we're very close to getting the silver cross to the downside. Maybe in the next 1 to 2 candles close max, we're going to confirm that silver cross. Last time we had a silver cross to the downside on Ethereum on the 2-week was right over here. This was in October of 2022, right before. It was actually after we hit our all-time lows on ETH, bear market lows, and went to retest those lows and bottomed right around $1,000. That's what also makes this $1,000 zone very significant aside from the psychological $1,000 number. Weekly is doing the same thing as the 2-week, getting to extreme areas of momentum to the downside, volatility, extreme area to the upside, and hitting the 95% range on the HPDR. Very high probability we're going to bounce here. Weekly has already silver crossed to the downside, and that was in March when price was sitting at around $2,000, and then we went from there to around $1,400 actually. 5 days freshly flipping back down on momentum with volatility, freshly flipping back up. 5 days hitting the 88.3%. So if we do continue to bounce from here, same target of somewhere around high 1700, so around 1770 to 1800, very likely rejection from there and then drop to 1300. 2 days as well, doing the same thing. Basically, every single time frame is to the downside, but at extreme areas on the downside, telling you you're likely going to bounce. Daily, same thing as a 2-day. Extreme areas. Jewel is now giving us a fresh, or just about to give us a fresh sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow. All of this isn't going to be that powerful though, because it's happening pretty low on the jewel instead of happening up here where you'd want to see it happen. So even that move likely isn't that much, probably towards that $1,300 area. 4 hours now hitting absolute bleeding extremes on momentum and volatility at 97% on volatility, and the jewel's very close to giving a God mode buy signal. But we did freshly get the pink crossing below the yellow. Let's open that up. So this buy signal is likely just going to be a corrective lower high. And this is a pretty nice sell signal too, where they're all bunched up together when they cross.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, this bounce will take us anywhere towards this 21 EMA toward around 61.8%, maybe as high as the 38.2%, which takes us to that $1,800 scenario. But very likely this is just a rejection. Switch to the RSI.
Yeah, I can sniff. I'm sniffing a little move from Solana to like 117, Ethereum to 1730, and Bitcoin to at least 81.
I'd like to short that very much.
I love to short all of those.
Here's some hopium, although I very much so doubt that this plays out. This is as much hopium as hopium can get. But I got to point out the hopium.
Hit it.
There is a high right, there's a low right here at 1,071. Technically, as at this moment, there's a higher low at 1,552, but a lower low on momentum, giving you possible hidden bullish divergence. But are you ready for this? The number to confirm this hidden bullish divergence is $3,745.
Okay.
You
It's
can do a
over.
2x on price right now, and you wouldn't hit that number.
It's over.
And that would give you a target of hitting the bullish control zone, which right now is at $7,200. Significantly new all-time highs, but a pretty big if to even hit that number. And right now, volatility is getting an expansion on the quarterly with the dump, making it even less likely that that is going to happen. But hey, imagine I'm wrong and we go to $4,000 next week. Monthly is giving us just like Bitcoin, but unlike Bitcoin, which Bitcoin's only doing one drive of bearish divergence, Ethereum is putting in 3 of them, and it's doing it on the back of expanding volatility. We've already broken into the bearish control zone, which was at $1,851. Next target from here is the critical zone, which is very likely considering how low volatility is, but that number is right now impossible. Probably very, very, very low. 2 week, just like the monthly, has 3 drives of bearish divergence with the volatility expansion. Next target is going to be the bearish control zone, which right now is sitting right above $1,000 at 1,118. Nothing on the weekly. Nothing there. No. Come on. Let's zoom in. Okay. So there's lower lows on price action right now, and technically higher lows on RSI, giving you a possible bullish divergence on the 2-day. And it will be confirmed with a close above 1953. That will give you a target of hitting somewhere around this 55 EMA at like $2,400. Very, very likely even that's going to be a rejection and a lower high before you go lower. And daily has now confirmed a fresh 3 drives of hitting bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below 1953. And that would, I can't even give you a target because we're already in the critical zone. Nope, we made a way lower low, so no bullish divergence. There's not even really any hope for a bullish divergence on the 4-hour until we make a lower low on price and a higher low on the RSI. So even in the best case scenario, we're probably still going lower than 1,400.
Yeah, it kind of seems like $1,072.
Yep, I have basically the same level.
Yeah.
Bias of the touching tips.
Oh, I love it when our biases touch tips.
It's the most beautiful. The most beautiful tip touching I've ever seen. On the quarterly, we are getting momentum freshly flipping down in Ethereum, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's flipped down below $2,928. Last time we freshly flipped down on quarterly momentum was right over here when the price was 3,500, and we went in the same candle to $880. And this one candle from 35 to 880. That's quite the candle. On the monthly, we're getting that volatility expansion from, let's draw a 15% line here.
I gotta say that monthly with the EMA, is it the EMA 100?
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be support. You fucking lose that shit, it's over, no?
Yeah, it's completely over. You're gonna make a new low, probably gonna go to somewhere around $500 to $600, maybe 700 if we're really bullish.
This also supports
700 if
Alex
we're really
theory.
bullish. Yeah. If we're really bullish, we can go to $700.
Damn, and volatility's expanding. Holy shit.
Fuck, I feel bad for anyone who went all in on ETH thinking it would be higher ROI than Bitcoin. Higher ROI to the downside.
Maybe that's what they were looking for.
Oh yeah, definitely.
To have less money.
Yeah. I too hate money.
You know, some people do.
On the 2 week, we're getting. It's not looking good, bros. Volatility expansion from around 10%, rejecting the critical zone, and we're about to break into the bearish critical zone, and we're pointed down below 2588. Even we could get $1,000 pump, and we'd still be pointed down. Weekly is flipped to the downside, getting a little high on extreme though. Likely somewhere soon we see a bounce, and momentum is pointed down below 1593. 5 days very close to getting volatility expansion once again for the double extreme, and we are currently technically pointed down, but we will flip up if we can close in the next 3 days above 1528. 2 days freshly flipped back down, but volatility is still not quite close to getting its double extreme. It's sitting at 78%, and it's going to remain to the downside as long as we close below 1526. Very close to flipping up. Daily is also flipping freshly to the downside, getting a little high in extreme though, so pretty close to the area where we should see the mean reversion, and it's going to remain to the downside as long as we close below 1540. And now 4 hours freshly flipping up, with volatility hitting absolute extremes, very close to getting that volatility contraction, which seems like on this next candle open, we are going to get it. And we're flipped up as long as we're above 1484. So the high time frames on Ethereum are looking even more bearish than Bitcoin. They're all aligned with each other to the downside. You're getting volatility expansion from the lowest level you've ever had on Ethereum in the quarterly. You're getting momentum flipping down, rejecting the bullish control zone. You're getting bearish divergences, 3 drives confirmed on the monthly, unlike the one on Bitcoin. There is possible to put in hidden bullish divergence, but you'd have to close so high that it's just not likely. And right now, it does seem like maybe we get a bounce towards somewhere around 1800. I would look for a rejection there. Maybe in the best case scenario, 21 to 2200, but that would still be a rejection, and likely you're going to eventually make a lower low. First, maybe get a bounce between 1000 and 1300, and then that bounce likely failed, giving you a lower low from 880. I'm looking somewhere between $700 and $500. If we're really bullish, that area will hold and we'll go to new all-time highs in the next cycle from there. If we're bearish, it's not going to hold and we're probably going to go to a 0.
I had a question for you regarding
Mm-hmm.
could the black swan be Ethereum going to 0?
Maybe Ethereum falls on the sword for the next bull market.
Yeah, there's obviously, like you're saying, right? On Bitcoin, we see that volatility setup. That entire setup that looks just like Luna, right? With momentum and everything.
Yeah.
Something's going to happen. So either Coinbase or again, Binance or something like that is going to go down, or could be Ethereum. We haven't seen that yet.
Maybe on that move where Bitcoin crashes to the 40s, maybe Bitcoin is in like the the 70s or 80s, and it crashes to the 40s, and Ethereum is sitting at like $1,300, and then it gets that move down. That would take Ethereum from 1,300 easily to $700.
Fuck. All right, let's keep an eye out for Ethereum. By the way, beautiful bottom, kind of like the Bitcoin one, was identical. Remember, we were on the chat talking about we should expect the bounce on the last local high from Bitcoin and Ethereum. Look at this. Beautiful.
And it lines up perfectly with I-100.
Yeah, it's fucking perfection. But you do have a breakdown right now. That should take us here. So, all righty. Thank you, sir. After Ethereum, we got Nvidia and then the S&P 500.
Nice. Down. Finished.
Done. Man, today's so easy.
So easy.
Okay.
Anybody can do this trading thing.
Exactly. Anyone can do it. Anybody can do it. Ok, vamos a empezar con Ethereum. Estamos viéndolo en la trimestral, por supuesto. Tenemos un setup de volatilidad atentos acá, justamente. Y esta volatilidad está expandiendo en este super Don Perú, damas y caballeros. Este Don Perú en Ethereum, simplemente viendo esta tabla, díganme ustedes, pueden ver la línea meme que puse en diagonal acá, que la había aguantado todo el ciclo y por fin la rompes a la baja. Y te vino a aguantar que esta zona que coincide con este máximo justamente acá. Igualito que Bitcoin. Estábamos nosotros platicando en el chat ayer, estábamos intentando ver dónde íbamos a encontrar piso y habíamos puesto esto como la zona de rebote, los 73,700 y cacho. Y fue justo lo que nos encontramos, impresionante, y también en Ethereum. Y esto solamente es un rebote, recuerden, todavía no estamos fuera de la zona, el mercado bajista normalmente dura más tiempo, nadie les está diciendo que se está acabando, que va a durar más, pero simplemente para que estemos preparados. Sabemos que Ethereum había hecho máximos históricos en el 2021, pero nunca más volvió a hacerlo, se encontró con este doble tope en los 4,100 y desde entonces ha estado cayendo fuertemente. Sabemos que nosotros que consideramos cualquier tipo de bien que estemos viendo, ya sea Ethereum, Bitcoin, Nvidia, lo que sea, en la trimestral, por debajo del promedio del 9, que se encuentra en los 2,300, lo consideramos un territorio bajista. Estamos no solamente bajo el 9, no solamente bajo el 21, a punto de perder el 34 también. O sea, lo venimos ya a testear. Lo que nos dice que Ethereum de verdad no tiene fuerza para nada, para nada, para nada. Vámonos a la mensual rápidamente. La mensual nos aguantó el promedio del 100, es un poco la teoría que tenemos también con Bitcoin, pero atención, ¿qué tenemos acá? Más debilidad, justamente nuestro promedio del 9 bajando yéndose por debajo del 21. La última vez que eso pasó fue acá, y es más, les voy a poner esta vela por acá. Eso fue, y atención, eso fue después del mínimo que ya había ocurrido. This is something interesting. Oh, fuck, you're not watching. All right, no, don't rush nothing. I'm just going to say it in English. Last time Ethereum had on the monthly, the 9 EMA go below the 21, we had already marked the bottom, which is interesting because you would imagine that that's almost impossible. If that's the case, this should be our bottom right here at 1,500 and then 1,400, whatever it was. And then Ben was right. Ok, lo voy a decir en español. La última vez que tuvimos este cruce de debilidad del 9 bajo el 21, ya habíamos hecho fondo. Y acá lo tenemos apenas. La cosa es, en este se dio después de tocar aquí abajo y ya nunca más volvió a bajar. En este se dio en la pasada, entre la pasada y esta, y continuó bajando. Puede que hayamos encontrado fondo en estos 1,451. Es un poco lo que dice Ben Cowan, que deberíamos esperar, también apoyado por el promedio del 100, que nunca en la historia lo había tocado porque apenas se está populando en la mensual. Con eso dicho, vamos a ver el HPDR, a ver qué nos cuenta. Más allá de eso, un segundo, quería poner también volatilidad acá. Qué desmadre es la tabla de Ethereum, Dios mío. Podemos ver que fuimos rechazados por absolutamente ni siquiera la media. La media nos rechazó en agosto del 2024. Desde entonces no hemos ni siquiera podido revisitarla. Caímos de la zona azul, tuvimos rechazo de la zona azul y ahora estamos en la zona del 61.8% al 78.6%. Ahora, a Ethereum le gusta hacer fondo por acá el 95%, que es lo que tiene la coincidencia con el objetivo que tiene Farhan en los $592. Así es, escucharon bien, existe un objetivo de $500 para Ethereum. Ahora, vamos a ver rápidamente volatilidad, cómo está expandiendo. Esta volatilidad en expansión tiene dos periodos, vamos a ver, y son los dos para abajo acá. Y continúa, la volatilidad apenas está en 27%, lo pueden ver acá, y tiene camino a la alza, pero bastante, a menos de que continúe haciendo esta tendencia, ¿no? Si vas a pintar en tu volatilidad, que se lo encuentre por acá y ese sea el fin de ese movimiento, pero ya veremos, estas líneas memes no funcionan tanto en volatilidad. Volatilidad es un juego propio de sí mismo, brother. Ok, 2 semanas, vamos a ver qué nos cuenta la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas estamos literalmente en extremos, nos está deteniendo nuestro SMA 200, que yo creo nunca lo habíamos tocado. Correcto, acaba de empezar a popular. Vemos la famosa M de McDonald's. No, no es cierto, esta no califica para ello. ¿Tenemos un hombro, cabeza, hombro? No, tampoco. Tenemos nada, solamente tenemos una caída, tenemos un cruce plateado en la caída. No, todavía no. pero se va a dar muy pronto. Tenemos al 21 bajando por el 2034. Se va a dar pronto ese cruce plateado en la mensual, en la de 2 semanas. Además, tienes expansión de volatilidad justamente acá. Esa expansión de volatilidad. Ya vi por qué los estoy poniendo. Ok. Esta expansión de volatilidad se está dando ante esta caída y de nuevo continúa expandiendo y ya pasó este máximo por acá, por lo que 100% debería ser el siguiente objetivo. Pueden ver que no deja de caer, aunque debería de empezar a consolidar de lado y quedarse por este rango antes de dar continuación, simplemente porque ya solamente le quedan 2.5% de probabilidades de llegar al 100%. ¿Es imposible? No, pero ya tiene muchas menos probabilidades. Vámonos a la mensual, a la semanal. Semanal también tenía esta expansión de volatilidad ante la caída, pero ya mínimo la volatilidad está llegando a extremos. Podríamos ver los 1381, estuvimos muy cerca ya con este Wicazo, pero atentos, tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, tenemos la oportunidad de retesteo en los 2000 del 9 y eso sería para hacerle un gran corto, aunque sí, yo también creo que acá sería el corto de los cortos. Viendo los gráficos, el mercado tiene cara. Ahora, de nuevo, en un mercado bajista no quieres irte long en el rebote. Quieres comprar el corto. Es el más fácil. Ahora, si eres una verga y eres un trader de no mames y bla, 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 bien por ti, compra el long. Pero lo más fácil de hacer para un idiota como yo es simplemente esperar a que llegue a este nivel y comprar el corto para abajo. ¿Cómo sabes que va a volver a bajar? Estás en una tendencia bajista clara. Bajista, bajista, bajista. Es que no hay ni dónde jalarle a Ethereum para que se vea bien, tíos. Vamos a ver. Diaria. Rechazo. Puta madre, ese sí fue un rechazo de la media y no mamadas. El rechazo de la media te tiró el precio hasta el 88.3% y de ahí cayó hasta el 95%. El primer paso a recuperar en un cierre diario van a ser 1590 para poder ser un poco alcistas en esto. Pero, tíos, no se ve alcista nada en este gráfico. Volatilidad está llegando a extremos. Y todavía puede quedarse ahí por un rato. Voy a simplificarles esto a todos ustedes. Estamos ante esta caída. ¿Existe la posibilidad de retestear esta zona? Bueno, primero, antes que nada, estás ante la caída. Voy a quitar los promedios. Tu promedio del 9 está justamente por acá, que es donde tienes la línea roja. ¿Por qué es importante que vean la línea roja? Porque ese es el breakdown, ¿ok? ¿Qué pasa cuando tienes esta resistencia que ha estado, este soporte que ha sido soporte desde el febrero de 1900, febrero del 2020 hasta ahora y se rompió? ¿Qué es lo que normalmente pasa? ¿Qué es lo que hemos aprendido? Tiene que haber un retesteo bajista de la misma zona y de ahí continuar a la baja. Esta zona está por ahí de los $2,000 y es lo que yo creo. Viendo Solana también tiene cara de que vamos a encontrarnos con un buen rebote y después dar continuación a esta caída. Todavía no hemos visto lo peor en el mercado, en mi opinión. Yo creo que necesitamos un poco de este rebote. ¿Por qué? Porque necesitamos fe. Necesitamos que la gente compre para después tirarles otra vez encima el mercado. Y es lo que parece. Es lo que parece. Así que es lo que tenemos hasta ahora en Ethereum. Bajista, 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 bajista. Y nuestros objetivos, el primero va a estar por ahí de los 1000. El segundo y extremo van a ser los 500. Yo por ahora, mi primer objetivo y donde dije que probablemente encontraría fondo es este. Si yo fuera a comprar Ethereum a largo plazo, tomaría mi mordida pequeña acá y la segunda acá si es que se llega a dar y la tercera choncha en la zona de los 500 si se llega a dar. Es como yo lo dividiría en spot. Obviamente no compraría nada con leverage. Y ahora, eso sí amas Ethereum. Yo no voy a comprar una verga de Ethereum, no me interesa. Pero solamente quería, no sé por qué quería decir eso. Ahí lo tienen. Damas y caballeros. All right. Nvidia's next, right?
Yes, sir.
Let us do NVDA.
Semiconductors are exempt from the taxes or the tariffs.
Are they?
Yeah.
Why? That's kind of bullshit. It's just whatever's good for us.
Certain companies are exempt, and there's going to be a lot of asterisks on that list of companies that are exempt. I don't think the market has really started to really digest effect that a lot of companies are exempt, like certain
Yeah.
strategic companies.
Yeah. Like, I mean, Taiwan already said no taxes, but Taiwan is China, which is a
But
fun
is it
part.
though?
Exactly. Get it, sir.
All right, let's do the quarterly. So it is looking quite bad on Nvidia right now. It's looking like we're not going to see new all-time highs for a good amount of time because we are starting to freshly lose 38.2% on the top side, which we haven't really done since basically this move right here in January of 2022 during our last bear market. And that would give us a minimum target of hitting the median, which right now the median is sitting at $65. That's like a 33% move from where we are right now. From going to around 150s to $65 is quite the dumpski. That is around 57 to 60% to the downside. That's not only a bear market, but that's almost 3 times what the technical definition for stocks of a bear market is. And the best case scenario, absolute best case scenario, somewhere in that $65 to $61 zone, we put in our next macro bottom, and then we grind out a higher low somewhere around over here. I'd expect us to retest this meme line, get a rejection in the high 90s, 100, put in another higher low, and then go for the new all-time highs. If we're bearish, we're probably going to come down to this 38.2%, which we did right here. Actually went a little bit lower, and that would be right around $48 to $50. That from going to 150 is a 75% drop to the downside. That's pretty scary. Actually, no, it's a 66% drop. My math sucks. Momentum on the quarterly is freshly breaking out of the bullish control zone while volatility approaches pretty low levels, while we are very close to getting a God mode sell signal on the quarterly. Last time we had a God mode sell signal, let's not mark off the sell signal, let's mark off when we got the vertical or the neutral signal. Neutral signal right here, neutral signal right there, neutral signal right there. There we go, only 3 examples. This one, it's kind of a trap because it went up another 26% before dumping. What number is this? Before dumping 46%. So if you would have put all the risk management to the side, you would have made money on that, but you would have gotten lucky for that. This one, dumpski of 63%. So we only have one example where it worked out. So far, we've dumped about 36%. If we were to take it to that 60 to 70% number, bring it right very close, right down to that $50 area, right down to that 38.2%. Maybe we are going to $50 on Nvidia. We have enough data for 6 months. We do. And this one looks
dude,
even worse.
Yeah. It's been around forever.
Uh-oh. We swept these highs. The high on this candle is 152.89. The high on this one is 153.13. It's looking like a swing failure pattern right here. What's going to confirm it is going to be closing below $90.69. That will also be a loss of this 5 EMA, bringing you down at a minimum towards the median, which is at $70, right around that $65 area. And below there is where it gets ugly, going down to $40, right in this zone here. That is from the all-time highs, a 75% move to the downside. Momentum right now on the 6-month is breaking out of the bullish control zone, going towards the reset point, while volatility comes to basically zero. The hopium is we get a drop towards that $70 zone, with momentum coming to the reset point and then rejecting the bear side and flipping back up from here. That would go along with volatility expanding and this current buy signal that we have on the jewel. And if that does happen, then from there, it's not going to be very fast and it's not going to be in a straight line, but we're probably going to go up to $250. And that's a very big if we can grind out a low right in this reset zone. Two-week right now is also at a pretty strong bounce zone. It's getting off of the 88.3% and the 55 EMA, although this bounce is likely to fail. As of right now, momentum is still to the upside, while downside, while volatility is pointing up. And we're getting a sell signal on the jewel with the pink below the yellow. Dark blue is now losing the bullish control zone. If we do continue this bounce from here, I could see it getting up to somewhere around like maybe 105, 106. Very high probability it rejects there and comes down to the 60s. Weekly is also giving that idea of the bounce getting to the 95% range on the HPDR. Now we're back over the 100. Closing over the 100 likely gives us a move into the 9 EMA, which is lined up with the 55 right now at around that. We're a little bit higher, sitting at around 110. But it's very likely you reject that point, especially since how significant the 55 has been. That's likely going to be resistance. And then within the next 3 or so weeks, this is likely going to confirm this overcross to the downside. And that dumps us very likely to $60.
Man, those are some crazy numbers.
Yeah. It
Now,
did crypto move.
I want to say that exactly. I think you're about to reference what I'm about to reference, because if this shit goes down like that, imagine crypto.
Yeah. What I was going to say though is if it does crypto gains to the upside, it's going to do crypto losses to the downside.
Yeah, and by the way, this was carrying the whole market on the way up, right? No one remembers that. Why on the way down? No one is concerned. So I think we should pay the same attention.
Whenever something goes up like a feather to the upside, it goes down like a rock
to the downside. I like that.
It's beautiful volatility, up and down. As traders, volatility is your best friend.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so much fun lately.
Because the boring thing where the boomers have been sticking to markets for the past couple of decades is because they're the only ones who can stand all of that low volatility and boring shit. But now it's getting fun for the young people.
Yeah.
What was that line from Malcolm in the Middle? The future is now, old man.
Old man, yeah. Dewey.
On the 5-day, momentum is freshly flipping back down, getting to pretty extreme areas of sitting around 91, 92%. And you're tapping the 95%, getting back over the 100. Very high probability you continue to bounce from here into the 100s, maybe 105 to 110. Same thing with the 2-day, getting to extremes on the momentum and volatility, 95%. Now you're getting back up, getting very close to getting back over the 200. Likely gets you to move into 105 to 110. Daily is very close to getting back over the moving average on the momentum. Likely gets to move into the edge of the bearish control zone. Probably rejects there though, with volatility very close to getting the reset. We're getting 97.5% on the HPDR. High probability we bounce from here. That takes us into somewhere around 38.2%. It's about 108, very close to 110. Same thing as on the 4-hour. 4-hour got a little bit even lower than the 97.5% high probability bounce, with volatility and momentum at 94%, very close to mean reversion. On the dual, the 4 hours giving us a fresh sell signal and rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Flip to the momentum chart or the RSI. Oh, very interesting. 6 month now is about to invalidate this hidden bullish divergence. If it closes below $90.69, it will be invalidated. And then on the opposite end, some sombering information. We got a high on price, higher high on price, lower high on the RSI, much higher high on price, much lower high on the RSI, giving you 1, 2, 3 drives of bearish divergence. And it will be confirmed with a close below $90.69.
And is that at the bottom a mega sell signal?
Right here?
Top.
Or here?
There.
Yeah, there is a God mode sell signal, but it has not shifted to sell yet. It's still on a buy.
Got it. Sorry, you were saying.
Once it shifts to dark blue, it's going to confirm that sell signal. But that 3 drives of bearish divergence would have a minimum move with volatility contracting. So that would tell you that this likely does stay on a buy signal. But the minimum move would be down to this 9 EMA at $70. But the more likely move with this type of volatility and 3 drives of bearish divergence is going to be this 21 at that $40 area. So hopium is if we do go there and volatility still is contracting, then we can go to within the next year, or 2 years, go to new all-time highs, start to lose this $40 area, and Nvidia is fucked. The most bullish scenario is bouncing into the $70 zone. $70 seems like it's inevitable at this point. the least bullet or the more bearish scenario, which is still long-term bullish, is bouncing at this 21. Because then you'd still be making higher lows. Because even $40 is technically a higher low. Anything above $14.61 is still a higher low. That's the downside of getting one of these things where it just basically goes straight up. Is to make the next higher low, you can go way, 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 way down. And right now, Nvidia, since it went straight up for about 2 years, doesn't have another higher low until 14, $15. Anywhere between there is a higher low. And would you and you on that opposite end, you'd once that does play out, you likely get 3 drives of hitting bullish divergence, which would then take you to new all-time highs. See anything on the yearly? No. Quarterly right now has confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence. That's bad. That would give you a minimum target of hitting this 21 EMA at right around, what do you know, 60, $65. Does it line up with any of our RSI targets? No, not really. Monthly, no. Good Lord. 2 week has so many bearish divergences I can't even count them. I'd give you a minimum target of this 100 at around $70. What is this at? This is at 35. Good Lord. And you're getting those bearish divergences with volatility expansion from pretty extreme lows. Weekly is giving you also more bearish divergences than I can count. And that would give you a target of this 200 at about $60. No. No. 2 days has now 1 drive bearish divergence confirmed. We've already hit the target of this 200. Right now, if we were to continue lower from here, it would be if we drop below $86.62. That likely brings us to the critical zone, which right now is at $62.50. Come on. No, nothing. So it's a moment to check. Ding. Forgot to do that. All right. So bi-yearly is very close to getting that volatility contraction from a double extreme. And that double extreme did play out to the upside, so pretty massively. So we should be expecting the mean reversion pretty bigly to the downside. As of right now, momentum is still up on the 6-month, and it's going to be up as long as we're above $65.80. Very interesting number.
Yeah, I love those momentum pivots because normally the price does go there. So
Yeah, and right now, based off other setups, 65 to $70 seems like an inevitability. Seems like a free short.
mhm.
On the quarterly, we're getting that volatility contraction that we're looking for to happen on the bi-yearly. Momentum is freshly flipping down, and notice this: lower highs on the momentum giving you bearish 3 drives of bearish divergence on the quarterly, just like the RSI, and it will remain to the downside. Except the RSI has not confirmed it; the stochastic already has, and that will be flipping to the downside, remaining down as long as you're below 144.50.
So basically all-time highs.
Yeah, you'd have to get like a 50% move up from here, 60% actually. Monthly is hitting pretty extreme lows on volatility, while momentum is flipping down, confirming bearish divergence, many drives of it, and you're flipped down below 144. Week 2 week is getting a volatility setup, expansion above from extreme levels, many drives of bearish divergence, and you're flipped down, entering the bearish control zone as long as you're below 125. Weekly is also giving you a volatility setup, flip down below 97.70. 5-day, same thing as the weekly, flip down below 98.50. 2-day, freshly flipping down below 101 with volatility expansion. And daily is very close to flipping up, which is going to go along with the idea of the mean reversion bounce. And it will flip up if you close above $95.70. Come on. And 4 hours, very close to flipping up with volatility extremes, likely giving that mean reversion bounce, and it will flip up above $96.90. So right now, all of the high time frames on Nvidia are flipping pretty massively bearish. The hopium is that volatility is contracting, and volatility will remain contracting as long as we get our pullback. And you're putting in 3 drives with bearish divergence in the quarterly. You're putting in bearish divergence on the monthly, more than I can count on the weekly and the 2-week. Everything's looking like the minimum target is going to be somewhere around $65, where we likely get a decent bounce. But if we don't end up getting a close over about $87 from that bounce, we're likely going to drop to somewhere around $40, which still on the macro is going to be a higher low and would give us possible hidden bullish divergence at that point to take us to new all-time highs. Right now, it's seeming like a free move down to $70 with an invalidation of getting over 87. And I would target that move into somewhere around 65, take off maybe 75% of that short at $65 for a move just in case we go to $40. And if we get back over 87, I would just close the rest of it.
Love it.
It's looking pretty
Absolutely
bad.
love it. Yeah. S&P 500 is next. Thank you, sir. It's looking pretty
Alright.
bad in fucking deed. Ok. Estamos viendo Nvidia, damas y caballeros, por supuesto. Estamos viéndolo en la semanal en este momento. Vamos a empezar rápidamente y potentemente el análisis en la de trimestral. Ahora, ¿han visto Nvidia literalmente? Recuerden que hicieron un split de 10, ¿ok? Eso quiere decir que ahorita una acción de Nvidia debería de valer, si está en $95, $950, ¿ok? Por eso cuando ven aquí estos mínimos que dices, güey, estaba solamente en 6, no, estaba en 60 en ese entonces. Habíamos hecho nuestro máximo histórico en octubre del 2021 en los 34 o 340, como lo quieras ver. Y de ahí tuvimos la caída del 2022, inevitable. Esta caída, para que tengamos una referencia de cuánto puede caer, fue de 69%. Vamos a decir que fuera a ser igualita a la de acá, ¿no? 69%, donde nos pondría justamente donde está nuestro promedio del... en los $45, que es donde está esta zona, literalmente, por acá. Y ahí me atrevería a hacer esto, como de que no, poner otro de esos justamente ahí. No sería uno de estos, sería una verde lisa. Ajá, y luego vamos a buscar aquí la media del canal. Pero por ahora estamos cotizando por $96. Hemos hecho nuevos altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, bajos más altos. Una tendencia alcista, obviamente. Seguimos por encima del promedio del 9, pero pueden ver que está en los 90.59. De perder esos 90.59, Nvidia entraría en lo que nosotros consideramos un mercado bajista en la trimestral, aunque personalmente, simplemente viendo la estructura de todo esto, ya estamos creando bajos más bajos y vamos en camino directamente a ello. Con eso dicho, vamos a ver, volatilidad está en extremos y contrayendo no nos dice absolutamente nada. Vámonos a la mensual. Mensual, pueden ver que normalmente nosotros consideramos algo en territorio bajista bajo el promedio del 9, perdimos el promedio del 9 en la última vela y tenemos esta confirmación, el retesteo bajista y ahora la caída con seguimiento. Nos está aguantando nuestro promedio del 21 en los 96.67. De perder los 96.67, vamos, que ahora estamos un poco por debajo de... Vamos a tener un siguiente objetivo, puede ser nuestra línea meme aquí en los 91 o hasta nuestro promedio del 34 en los $80, 79.93, que nos pone básicamente acá, junto con estos mínimos por acá. Y ahí yo me imaginaría ese sería mi siguiente objetivo tranquilo en la mensual. Vamos a ver qué nos dice volatilidad en la mensual. Volatilidad está contrayendo y está a punto de llegar al 15%. Está preparando un setup de volatilidad. No es la más baja de toda la historia, pero sí la más baja que hemos visto desde el 2015. Un movimiento gordo se viene a Nvidia, damas y caballeros. A Nvidia, como le quieras decir. Vamos a usar el HPDR para ver exactamente dónde estamos parados en si el movimiento tiene fuerza o no. Podemos ver el rechazo en nuestra media, en la zona de acá arriba. Ahí estás. Este rechazo en nuestra media, que fue justamente en enero del 2025, nos llevó a perder la zona azul, rechazo, un segundo rechazo y para abajo, y estamos simplemente dando seguimiento al movimiento. Ahora, faltan 23 días y 5 horas para cerrar esta vela, pero un movimiento al 78.6%. Vamos a ver si son raros o no. No, si se dan. Claro que se dan, y se dan hasta más abajo todavía. Normalmente en el mercado más bajista el más reciente, Nvidia cayó abajo del 88.3%. Entonces el 88.3% sí es tocable, e igual que el 78%. Me gustaría ver el 2020. Aquí está el 2018, 19, 20. Ok, esto fue el supermercado bajista del 2020. Solamente cayó un 43%. El 2022 fue una caída más grande que el 2020, impresionante. Ok, 42%, pero acá solamente porque tengo la referencia, el 2018 hasta acá fue un 58%. Podemos decir que 50% es bastante tranquilo y esos son $70 en Nvidia, bastante realista, aparte de todo. De nuevo, tenemos nuestro setup de volatilidad. Podemos ver dónde está en este momento el precio, en la zona del 61.8%, y de nuevo, tiene camino, tiene piernas para poder lograr sin problema alguno estos 64 de más rápido que lento. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas estamos ya en el 88.3%. Es más o menos donde encontramos un suelo normalmente, y no me sorprendería que por ahora, teniendo esta línea meme en los 91 y además acá el 88.47 del 88% también, se encuentre en una buena zona de consolidación, como vimos acá antes, por lo que esperaría yo un rebote por acá para poder hacer la siguiente entrada de corto. ¿Dónde lo retestearía? Es lo que tengo que ver. Probablemente acá en los 104. Pero vamos a ver exactamente cómo. Volatilidad está expandiendo entre esta caída, lo pueden ver justamente acá, y esto apenas está en 27%, y a Nvidia le gusta irse a extremos, así que pueden imaginar la fuerza que podría llevar todavía más para abajo. Vamos a ver la semanal. A ver si la semanal nos da algo. La volatilidad ya expandiendo, y me imagino ante la mega caída, por supuesto que sí. Esto es claramente un movimiento correctivo. Este movimiento correctivo está regresando al EMA 100. Por cierto, esto con esta línea meme y viéndolo así, esta podría ser la zona del rechazo bajista, porque veniste a retestearlo y bolas, dar continuación a la baja. Ahora, a esto todavía le faltan 4 días y 4 horas. No espero que Nvidia colapse esta semana, por lo que todavía me da un poco más de confluencia en pensar que este mercado va a encontrar un suelo temporal por ahorita, dar un rebote y después dar continuación a la baja. Es mínimo lo que tiene cara de todas estas tablas que estamos viendo. Diaria estamos en extremo. Esto confirma absolutamente todas mis sospechas. Llegamos al 97.5%, lo habíamos visto antes. Espérame, no me había dado cuenta que seguía teniendo mi plumita. A ver, tío, queremos encontrar si ha habido más ocasiones donde llegamos al rojo, rojo, rojo. Segundo, el 2022 probablemente. Acá, ¿qué es? 2022. Literalmente tiene una muy alta probabilidad de rebotar acá, justamente como estamos diciendo. Tienes una muy alta, y es justamente, aparte, por cierto, este rebote ya se dio. Nada más, faltan 3 horas 58 minutos para cerrar esta vela diaria, por supuesto. Vamos a ver cómo se ajustan los niveles. Por ahora ni siquiera has tenido un movimiento agresivo de los EMAs, todo continúa como iba, pero estás creando un bajo más bajo por acá. Estar pesado esto, ok. Vamos a ver, vamos a ponerle un moño a esto. Pueden ver que hemos perdido este rango alto, hemos perdido este rango medio, hemos perdido este rango bajo, y aquí es la pelea. Vamos a mantenernos en este rango bajo, consolidando. Tendremos probablemente un retesteo bajista, ya sea en los 102, igual y ya lo dio, en los 102, o podría ser hasta esta zona, en los 113, y de ahí dar continuación a la baja. Sería más o menos, se vería como esto. Puedes ver, pum, 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 güey. Es lo que tiene cara. Así que Nvidia sigue viéndose bajista, solamente tiene cara de que estamos ante un rebote, y vamos a ver cómo va el mercado en 1.40, 1.80. Tiene cara que va a cerrar en verde hoy, o cero o cerca de cero. Oculus rebotando fuerte, Coinbase a la baja, Rivian a la baja, esperadísimo, Tesla también, esperadísimo, Enovix también, básicamente todo, menos mi cuate Mark Zuckerberg. Se sigue bañando en esa gloria. All righty, sir. We're ready for the S&P 500.
We're gonna see the S&P. We're gonna see the most beautiful drop on the S&P. Believe me, we've seen it drop before when Obama was the president, but my drop will be even more beautiful.
You're going to get tired of winning on the drop so much. You're going to ask me, please, Mr. President, stop winning so much. And I will not stop winning.
I will not stop until your retirement account is at 0. All right. So the yearly on the S&P is looking like one of the most toppy things that I've seen in quite some time. Because I believe we took out these highs. We did it basically a textbook swing failure pattern, and now we're breaking back down into the 38.2%. The last time we broke down into the 38.2%, we came pretty close. Did we go below the median? No, we didn't. Median's all the way down here. We came down to the 5 EMA, which we have hit right now. The difference between that is at this point we were still within the 38.2%, and then we close slightly, we closed above it, then we closed slightly below it, right down to the 5 EMA. Right now, the 5 EMA is so much lower that if we do close below 38.2% and like somewhere like this, we're likely going to retest it again. And if you look at the momentum, which is now breaking down, losing the bullish control zone, difference from here is we were still within the bullish control zone. We did that thing, that bounce. Right now, we've lost it. So it's more likely that we're going to come down to the median. And right now, the median, it's going to move, but it's currently sitting at about 3,480. I don't think it's going to go that low. My number right now, what I'm looking at is about 45s, and I'll show you how I got that number in a bit. Right now, this is a natural bounce zone because we are at the bottom 38.2%, so it doesn't make sense of why we've bounced a good amount. How much by percentage wise? It is about 4%. And it's done that in basically a day or I think it bounced already today. So it did that in a few hours where it bounced 4%. Makes sense that Bitcoin, after failing to break down for so long, while the S&P was absolutely nuking, it got a pretty decent bounce to the upside to like $81,000. Right now, if you do close below this 38.2% on the bi-yearly, which is going to take a long time, going to be about 2 months, almost 3 months, that would give you a move down to somewhere around this 50% to the 61.8%. If we're really bullish, the 50% is going to hold us and we're going to end up making new highs from there, and that's about 46s. And the 61.8% is right around the low 4,000s at like 4,100. Right now, the momentum on the 6 month is approaching the bearish control zone. So what's going to line up with the idea that we bounce somewhere around the 46s is if we come down to the bearish control zone and hold it and then flip back up. Right now, it's less likely because we are getting momentum volatility flipping very close to flipping up to support it from very low levels at like 12%. Right now, the jewel has flipped from a sell signal into a neutral. It's not the best of a neutral signal. It's very possible this can flip back into a sell signal. If we maintain this 38.2%, though, this is going to maintain as a neutral signal and then likely flip to a buy. It's a very big if to maintain this 38.2%. I personally don't think it's going to. That's that 5,000 psychological support. Quarterly is now basically right at the median. Median's at 5,008. If we lose that median, that's what brings us down to the bottom 38.2%, which is my target right now, of that 4,550 area, 4,553. Right now, momentum is at the reset zone, while volatility is basically at 0%. This would be the area where if you do get down to the 38.2%, where it would be the reset for momentum. And if we're bullish, like really bullish, probably bounces from there. With the volatility coming from 0%, it likely is a very significant bounce. But right now, it's kind of leaning more to the bear side because we do have a God mode sell signal on the monthly jewel, a quarterly jewel. Monthly momentum is now pretty strongly in the bearish control zone. It's not quite maxed out yet, so it could go lower, which lines up with that 45, 50 idea. While volatility is getting up to 80%, but it does like to go to the 90s, so it's not quite topped out yet. And the jewel's giving us that God mode sell signal already. It's very close to having the pink cross below the yellow, and that would be an epic sell signal because they're so close to each other. 2 week is now getting very close to basically at the bounce zone. Momentum is sitting at almost 97%, with volatility doing the same thing. And you're tapping almost 97.5% on the HPDR. Nice little front run of that 100 EMA. If we do continue to bounce from here, I could see us go to somewhere around maybe this 5,100 area to 5,200. It's very likely this area is going to be a rejection and then we're going to go down to 45s. Right now, the 2-week jewel is giving us pretty epic sell signal. Pink dropping below yellow, dark blue losing a bullish control zone. Let's mark with a vertical line, this happening, and do it every single time before. And it's happening pretty high up as well on the jewel. Here's another one. And another. And we're back to 2018. That's enough. Quite the dumpski. 7%. And 7% on the S&P is like trillions of dollars.
It's a quadrillion dollars to be precise, and I'm not exaggerating. No.
almost 36%. This is a 2-week candle, by the way. So this is 2, 4, 6 weeks. S&P dropped 36%.
That was when? Oh, but that's 2020. Yeah, that was a quick one. I would go 2022 is my.
This is the 2022 bear market.
There you go. That's normally how it goes.
13.8, 23, eventually 26%. And as of this moment,
Oh my God.
we have dropped 19%. So very close down to that 26% area where we had our last major bottom. We're take it down to 25, 26%. That would bring us basically down to my $4,500 area, right around 44.40 to 44.50. Just below my 4,500 area. Very interesting. And you'd be getting below the support 97.5%, which would very, very high probability bounce. Weekly is giving also an idea that you're probably going to bounce pretty soon with momentum at almost 98% and volatility doing the same thing. What is this? Likely gets up somewhere around this 100, which we've already tapped right now at 52s, and probably a rejection, which we are as of this moment rejecting. 5 days, same thing as the weekly, probably bounce. 2-day getting to literally 98%, almost 100% on momentum and volatility. And the jewel is now once again flipping back over and rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. What tells you you're likely going to bounce here, though, is getting below the 97.5%. But that bounce is very likely going to fail, and I find it difficult seeing it get above 5,100. Daily is getting to 99.5% on momentum and volatility. And you're getting into the bearish control zone on the jewel, very close to having the pink once again cross below the yellow. That likely takes you to that 4,500 area, but likely you bounce first because you're getting to such extreme areas on the HPDR. I would expect to tap somewhere around 5,100, but I don't think we'll get much higher. And 4 hours doing the same thing. We're at almost 99.5% on momentum and volatility. And another 4 hours giving you a God mode bicycle on the jewel. Likely this bicycle takes us up towards this edge of the bearish control zone where it probably fails. And that will line up with somewhere around 5,100 to 5,150. Let's go to the RSI. This is going to be some sombering information on the RSI. So here's the 6-month chart. You have this high, this high, this high, lower highs on the RSI, giving you 3 drives of bearish divergence on the 6-month. Yikes.
That is fucking crazy.
Right now, that bearish divergence would have a target of hitting the edge of the bullish control zone, which that number right now sits at 44.79. Wow, very nice. And you know what else that would confirm? That bearish divergence would take you to that 44.79 number would bring you back down here on the RSI to the edge of the bullish control zone, taking you lower than this point on the RSI, but a higher low on price, giving you 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. And that hidden bullish divergence would have a target of the critical zone. Right now it's sitting at 14,800. So that pullback to the 44s would be super fucking bullish.
It's-
The technical term. If you see
yeah,
it in Investopedia, it'll say super fucking bullish.
I love when you get technical like this. You know, very few
Yeah.
shows online can get this technical. So I'm glad our audience is sophisticated enough for it
Yeah,
too.
it goes over most people's heads. Quarterly is giving you more drives of bullish divergence than I can physically count right now. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing basically below all-time highs at 61.66. And your next target is going to be hitting the neutral zone, which right now is sitting at 47.58, a little bit above my target. Monthly is, has it gotten lower yet? Let me see. Yeah, it has. So monthly is technically giving you possible hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be a little difficult to confirm it as of this moment. You're going to have to close above 6,050, and that like takes you to significantly new all-time highs. But it's a very big if right now to confirm that because you're getting a God mode sell signal on the jewel. On the 2-week, you're getting many drives of bearish divergence, and that would have a target of sitting somewhere around this area for a bounce right around 47s, and then getting below there likely takes you down to like 4,000. Right now, my bias is we bounce at 45s. Oh, that's a pretty bad sell signal on the jewel. Go to the weekly RSI. Weekly is giving you many drives of bearish divergence. Lines up with 47s. Nothing on that one. Nothing on that one. That one. Oh, there's a fresh drive hitting bearish divergence on the daily. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below, what is this number? 5,773. And your next move is going to be hitting the critical zone, which right now is at 4,878. Come on. Nothing. So right now, all of the high time frames on the S&P are starting to align that we're in for a bear market. You're getting bearish divergences on your quarterly. You're getting many drives of bearish divergences on your quarterly. I did post this on one of my Instagram stories. I rarely post charts anymore, but this was so powerful that I couldn't resist posting it. I marked off of that's why I have the vertical lines. I mark off of the vertical line every single time that we got a neutral signal from a buy signal on the quarterly jewel. And every single time we got a neutral signal was one of these vertical lines. Each one was a correction down to this 21 EMA. Every single one. And if you look at this 21 EMA right now, it's slightly lower than where we have bottomed at this moment, sitting right around 45.50, which lines up with that HPDR target, lines up with the 21 EMA, lines up with the bear market numbers of around 25-26%. And basically everything is telling me that this 45 area is going to be our macro low, going to confirm our hidden bullish divergence there on the 6-month and likely go to very new all-time highs. But as of right now, we are leaning bearish. All of your basically every single time frame is giving you bearish divergences. Every single one has downside momentum. They're all leaning that we're going to go a little bit lower to around 45s. And then from the invalidation of that, it's getting a close over 57.73 on a weekly. And that one likely takes us to also our current all-time highs. But right now we're leaning going towards 45 and then bounce from there. Probably a very big bounce, even if we're bearish. And getting that bounce from 45s to over 57.73, and then we likely go to very, very new all-time highs. But no matter whatever happens on the S&P, like from day to day or the week to week, if you just look at it on a zoomed out chart, it just goes up and to the right, and it's probably going to just keep going up to the right.
Most likely, unless it's the end of the world. But then,
Then we don't need money anyways.
Exactly. Who needs money when they're dead? Not me. Let me tell you who. Not me.
I'll be the richest corpse in the cemetery.
That's right. That's right. Just like Nancy Pelosi, but in Congress, it's the same thing.
Wow.
Thank you, sir. Okay. After this, we got 1 second. Meta and 1 second. Meta and Tesla.
All right. I gotta make a little dumpski, if you know what I mean. Market dumpski.
All right. Do your bearish divergence, and I'll continue with this. Thank you, sir. Ok. S&P 500, damas y caballeros, una de mis tablas viejas, no la he actualizado. Importante, buen nivel este. ¿Por qué? Porque este fue la caída, el retesteo bajista tan famoso y después ¡pum! Así que este nivel se queda. Simplemente tiene que estar actualizadillo. Vámonos acá. Vámonos acá. Perdón que esté haciendo esto en vivo. Este es otro nivel importante. Pueden ver pum, pum, pum para abajo. Los 5,500. Ok. No, esto sería básicamente esto. Van a ver cómo todo esto simplifica un poco cómo veo todo y aquí pueden ustedes mismos ver exactamente. 5,300. Me gusta este nivel, pero no tanto. Da igual. Ok, voy a empezar. Básicamente y bastante sencillo, ¿no? No es como que le vamos a sacar más grasa a estos tacos. Pero vean, básicamente cada vez que hemos estado siempre en esta línea de tendencia alcista, cada vez que hemos tenido una buena caída, así importante en la de 3 meses, este fue el 2008, la única vez que llegamos al EMA 100, ¿ok? Entonces, tu apuesta es, vamos a tener una caída estilo 2008, eso sería que el mercado recorte hasta los 2,500, ¿no? Pero normalmente el mercado aguanta en el 21 y tal vez flashazo al 34 en estas caídas. Esta es la del 2020, donde aguantamos el 21, pero el 34 fue tocado. Esta fue, espérame, 2020, ¿dónde está el 2022? 2022 nos aguantó el 21 también. Y ahora continuamos. Entonces, si vamos a esperar que el 21 nos aguante, deberíamos de esperar a que encontremos piso más o menos en esta zona, en los 2,500 y tal vez un flashazo rápido por ahí de los 4,000 bajos, porque esto ya está en 4,000 básicamente en esta zona. No estamos tan cerca ni tan lejos del fondo, así que vamos, bueno, de lo que parecería ser un fondo. ¿Qué es lo primero que notamos en cuanto estamos viendo al S&P 500? Estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 en la mensual, en la trimestral, perdón. Esto nos pone en un territorio absolutamente bajista. Todavía faltan 2 meses y 24 días para cerrar, pero cualquier cierre por debajo de 5,135 en el S&P 500 nos da más preferencia bajista. Además, tienes volatilidad que había expandido a este punto y ahora está contrayendo, no nos dice nada. Aquí es donde se ve claro. Vienes de la parte alta de acá, parte alta una vez más, y después caes de la zona azul. Y si eso llega a pasar, va a ser más o menos por acá. Ok. Estamos cayendo. La media es nuestro siguiente objetivo en los 4,700. De los 4,700, aquí hay una zona bastante importante de precio, lo pueden ver, porque tenemos la media, la línea meme, ¿no? Y el promedio del 21, justamente acá, que son la zona de los 4,500. De no poder aguantar los 4,500, 4,200 sería nuestro siguiente objetivo en esta línea meme, que también coincide con la parte baja de la zona azul y un poco cerca también de donde está nuestro 34, que es lo que estamos justamente platicando ahorita. Ahora sí que tú escoge qué es lo que ves, qué tipo de caída consideras comparable a lo que estás viendo en este momento. En la mensual estamos muy por debajo del promedio del 9, tenemos rechazo de la media, tenemos rechazo de la zona azul y ahora estamos cayendo del 78,6%. Al estar aquí, déjame quito esto. Al estar aquí, podemos ver que nuestro promedio del 55 está justamente en los 4,598 y muy probablemente esa vaya a ser la siguiente zona que vayamos a visitar en el S&P 500. Si no aguanta, una vez más, estamos hablando de los 4,000 puntos en el S&P 500. Vamos a ver si volatilidad nos dice algo. Volatilidad está a punto de expandir por encima del promedio, pero todavía no. Así que mantengamos un ojo por acá en lo que estamos dando esta caída. Vela topera y continuación. 2 semanas, podemos ver que ya estamos casi el 95%. El 95% debería de decirnos por acá. Faltan 4 días y 4 horas para cerrar esto. También pueden ver que esta expansión de volatilidad viene debajo del 15%, bastante fuerte, y se está dando ante este caidongo, pero con ganas. Llegar al 100% en volatilidad no nos sorprendería, además de que el S&P 500 puede estar en esa volatilidad por un rato. Nos lo ha puesto antes en la mesa, así que no tenemos por qué dudarle una vez más. Tenemos vela topera, tienes el follow through de la vela topera y eso te da un siguiente objetivo de 4,740 y de ahí 4,460. No, 4,600, perdón, que está abajo del EMA 100 en la de 2 semanas. Pueden ver exactamente el tamaño de esta vela. Qué buena descalabrada se está dando el índice. Pero mínimo hoy está recuperando algo, ¿no? De lo bajo que llegó en los 4,438. Wow, buen madrazo. Ok, semanal, debilidad acá, el promedio del 9 está cayendo por debajo del 21, lo pueden ver por acá, continúa ahora por debajo del 34, continúa rechazo el 55, caemos, perdemos el 100, lo retesteamos, volvemos a caer. Esto fue por la noticia de hoy, porque estaban manipulando todo el mundo diciéndoles que no, que Trump iba a poner pausa a los aranceles por 90 días y después Trump salió a decir, no, yo nunca dije eso. Y el mercado se lo llevó a la tostada. Por ahora nos está rechazando nuestro promedio del 100 en la semanal, que está en los 5,250. Continuamos la caída y tenemos nuestro SMA 200 en los 4,677, lo que da más confluencia a esta zona. Tal vez por acá podamos consolidar un poco, pero ¿dónde está el breakdown de esta zona oficial? Denme un segundo. Lo pondría acá. ¿Dónde está mi línea de tendencia? Yo creo que podríamos encontrar un buen rebote a esta zona, la de los 5,500, y de ahí hacer nuestro alto más bajo y dar continuación a esta zona. ¿Qué me hace pensar eso? Que simplemente en el HPDR estamos tan abajo ya. Me imagino que la diaria está en el 100%. Total, 97%, exacto. Necesitamos consolidar en el SP500 un poco para continuar cayendo. Muy probablemente entre estos días vamos a estar subiendo estos niveles, pum, 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 regresar a los 5,500, todo el mundo se pone otra vez contento, sale la gente que te dice, no, ya Bitcoin va a llegar a 3,000 millones de dólares. Cathy Wood sale, Michael Saylor compra Bitcoin y pito, más para abajo al SP500. Ahora, ¿qué tiene que ver Michael Saylor con el SP500? Nada. Solamente quería decirlo y sus manitas chiquitas. Es todo. El SP500 se ve bastante débil. Definitivamente debilidad en los mercados. No hay cómo pintarla de otra forma. Rápidamente quiero quitar esto un segundo para que lo podamos ver y entender. ¿Ok? ¿Qué esperamos? Pueden ver el rango justamente acá. Yo esperaría a que esto vaya a buscar una vez más esto, porque ya aquí tuvimos varias veces lo usamos como soporte. Lo tenemos que convertir en resistencia y dar continuación a la caída. Eso es lo que esperaríamos nosotros. Por ahora no metemos las manos, vamos a esperarnos a que venga el retesteo de por acá, pero vamos a estar al pendiente también del SP500, damas y caballeros. All right, sir, what's the next one?
Next one is Meta. Zuck the Cuck.
Oh, Zuck the Okay, got it.
Although less of a cuck these days, but he's seeming pretty cool.
Oh, now he's cool guy Zuck, huh? Oh yeah, get the fuck out of here. Get the
I fell
fuck
for
out of
it.
here. I will not and refuse to fall for it. Wow. Nice. Nice Dumpsky.
Let's see. Which one? Oh man, the higher the time frame I go, the worse it looks.
Oh boy.
So right now, we kind of front ran my 161.8% number, but technically, as long as we're sitting above $280, we still would over enough time hit that area. But $280 would basically liquidate anyone who's even slightly leveraged on this thing at all. Right now, on the 6 month, we're getting momentum freshly breaking into the bearish control zone below the moving average with volatility support. The last time that happened was back over here in July of 2021, when price was at about $384, and it went from there to $88.09. Man, if only I could have bought Meta at $88, that would have been nice. It went from there to $700 something, $740. But right now we are putting in a very, very sharp shooting star candle, and it's not that bad as long as we're closing above $442.65, which lines up with our 5 EMA. If we do end up bouncing over here, this is going to be more bullish than I'm thinking at this moment, and probably going to go up towards that 161%, which is that $952 area. This is a 6 month chart, so this is probably going to take like 2 years for that to happen. But in my opinion, that would be a fast move, even if it's 2 years, because that's basically a 100% move. And this isn't a crypto. This is one of the Magnificent. I don't remember what number comes after that. 7 or 8 or 9. Magnificent, something like that. It's with Facebook, Apple, Amazon. I don't remember what the other ones are. I don't do stocks.
Oh, for the Magnificent Seven, it's Apple,
Yeah.
Meta, Disney, Nvidia, Tesla, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. Do you like that? I have them right in front of me. I didn't memorize anything.
I don't know. I just push crypto stonk buttons. So I mean
There you
crypto
go.
buttons. I don't. It stonks is a very new thing with BTCC. On the quarterly, we're getting momentum dropping below the bullish control zone with volatility as of this moment still contracting, which is kind of hopium to see volatility contracting while momentum also contracts. We have broken below 38.2%. However, we're bouncing right off the median. So if we can close this this quarterly above that 38.2%, we should see a retest for that 38.2% and then it move into new all-time highs. But if we break below that 38.2%, we likely get another retest of the median. And from there, losing that median is what likely brings us to the 21 EMA. That's sitting at about $365. But even that would just be a nice higher low. Since Meta went up, basically up only, as long as we're closing above like $279, anything from there is just a higher low. Likely around 21, see the significance of the 21. Last time we kind of deviated the 21. As soon as we closed above it, that's when up only basically started. It would make sense right around this 21 EMA to 50%, which is about 338 for our next macro bottom. The only person in the top 10 on Forbes list who increased their net worth this year is Warren Buffett by going into treasuries.
By going into what?
Treasuries.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the cash bet, right?
Yeah.
So good.
On the monthly, momentum is now freshly in the bearish control zone with volatility supporting it. You're getting the monthly jewels flipping down into a sell signal, God mode sell signal, and lower high, higher high, giving you bearish divergence on the monthly jewel. As of right now, we are bouncing above this at this 21 EMA, but once you lose this 21 EMA, that's basically a free ride to the 55 at around that $360 area, 368. Monthly jewel is very close to giving you a pretty epic sell signal with the pink very close to crossing below the yellow, and the dark blue is one shot right next to him. 2 week has already done it. Pink cross below the yellow, light, dark blue about to lose the bullish control zone. Let's mark this with a vertical line. See the last time we had it, and it's happened pretty high up too. Last time was October of 2021. We know what happened after that.
Kathy Wood.
Kathy made us lose our wood.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Even though she was a fine ass looking lady back in the day.
So immediately a dump of about 17%. Then we got a little bit of a bounce, and then further dump of 31%.
Sorry, let me make an announcement right now. Guys, can you just fucking please drop the price on your NFTs? I'm trying to buy all of them for very cheap. It's going to happen. You're going little by little. It's going to happen. Just fucking let it go. All right? I'll
Por
buy it
favor,
right now.
para mi familia.
See.
So immediately dump of about 8%. We got a little bit of a bounce. And then major nuke of 73%.
That's a mega sell signal on the jewel, right?
Yeah, this is whenever the pink has crossed below the
Got
yellow
it.
and the dark blue is losing the bullish control zone. And as at this moment, we have dropped 28%. So how much would we have to lose to come down to that 365? About 41%.
What about the
Let's
SMA 200?
let's see how much that is. So 60%. Very similar to that higher number we had. That one was 73. So funsies is taken from 70. Bringing very close to the golden pocket, slightly below it at right around $200. So maybe we do go to that golden pocket at right around 230s. It would be less of a drop than we had last time. Weekly is getting to very close to a bounce zone. We're getting to extremes on momentum and volatility, with the HPDR getting to below the 95%, getting right around the 100 EMA. So from here, I could see a bounce to somewhere around this 55, which lines up with 5 EMA at around $550. High probability of rejection, and from there to below fours, like we're on 370s to 360s. Same thing with the 5 days. The weekly extremes on the HPDR with the momentum and volatility at extremes likely bounced, or 5 days telling me somewhere around same 550s area. 2 days, well, 95% on the HPDR, momentum slowly starting to flip back up. Volatility starting to shift down. Now the buy signal on the jewel is shifting into a neutral signal, so it is possible that we have put in our high here, which is the high of this candle right around $539, a little bit below 550. Daily is also extremes on momentum and volatility, 97%, hitting 97.5% in HPDR. Likely we do get a bounce from here. If we do get over this 539 number, maybe the 9 EMA, which is a little bit over 550, is like 555. And 4 hours, same thing as the daily, which is at extremes on momentum and volatility at 98%. The jewel is now oh my God, that's insane. The pink is crossed right below the yellow with the dark blue right bunched up. You could put one dot and you would have every single one of them. The only thing that makes this a little bit not as bad is it's happening pretty low. If this were to happen all the way up here, I'm like, we're gonna see a 70% dump. That's thankfully it happened down here. It's still pretty bad though. Still pretty bad. After we get this bounce, likely gonna take us to like $370.
Damn.
But as long as we're sitting at the 97.5%, I'd more likely bet on up first. Just shifting that out. Or you'd have to search it because I have this one right here. Oh, interesting. So you have a high right here on price, high on the RSI, higher high on price, lower high on the RSI, giving you a possible bearish divergence on the bi-yearly. And you will confirm it with a close below $442.65. That will give you a minimum target of hitting this 9 EMA at right around 380. It's very close to that other number, 360s, 370s. So maybe we break below it. Quarterly is now about to put in a third drive. It's a 3 or 4. I count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drive of bearish divergence. Will confirm as long as you close below $553.30. And that will give you a minimum target of hitting this 21 EMA at around 370. It's interesting. And now the jewel is losing its buy signal. Monthly has already confirmed that bearish divergence. We've already broken down out of the bullish control zone, hit the 21 EMA. Your next target from here would be the neutral zone, which is sitting right around $490. And the 55 EMA would be below there, around that 380s. Does that line up with any of our RSI targets? No, it doesn't. 2 week has confirmed many drives of bearish divergence, which right now is targeting the bearish control zone, which is sitting at about $467. The RSI target would be somewhere around that 380s. I mean, the moving average target. Today has how many drives? 1, 2, 3 drives of bearish divergence confirmed. You've already hit the 200, so the easy move has already played out. The next move from here would be sitting somewhere around $461. And that would be with a tick below 481, so it's not really that much of a move down. Daily has confirmed many drives of hidden bearish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing below $592.66. Your next move would be getting a move down below 481, and that would take you to not that much lower, 421. So 4 hours, many drives of hitting bearish divergence as well, as long as you're above or below 592.65. I can't really give you any targets because we're already in the critical zone. Moment, sure.
Was that the 12th month with the shoot with that top candle or the 3? Oh, okay, the
This is
quarter.
3 month.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's still fucked up.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Even the 6 month is looking quite bad. That's looking major toppy. As of right now, though, the whole PM is that the 6 month is still pointed up on momentum and it is maintaining the bullish control zone and is pointed up as long as we're closing above $198. But what we want to see is once this candle closes, what the pivot is on the next one. Because it's likely going to go up by a lot considering we're breaking into the critical zone. And if this pivot goes up to like 600, $700, then we're not seeing new all-time highs for a long time. Quarterly, with this massive shooting star candle, is flipping freshly down on momentum. Flip down as long as you're below $681. And yep, it's lower high from this high here, while price makes a significantly higher high, giving you bearish divergence on the quarterly already confirmed, which goes along with the contracting volatility. So technically, it is on a long-term bullish posturing. And that golden pocket is sitting right at this 21 EMA, which is that 380s area. Monthly is also flipping down. Monthly is also confirming bearish divergence. And it's going to be down as long as you're below $710, which goes along the back of contracting volatility from a double extreme. So that would be medium-term bearish, long-term bullish. 2 week is getting volatility expansion with momentum flipping down with bearish divergences and a pretty big derp of death. And you're pointed down as long as you're below $715.50. Weekly is also to the downside with a derp of death, expanding volatility, pointed down below $587. 5 days expanding on volatility with momentum pointed down, derp of death, pointed down below 631. 2 days getting to pretty extremes on volatility, getting around 94%, very close to mean reversion. Momentum is momentum is flipped to the upside, and it will remain up if you close above $528.50, which we are currently below. And daily is now at a 100% on volatility, very close to that mean reversion bounce. And momentum is now flipping up. It will remain up as long as you close above $513.25. 4 hours flipping back down with volatility at extremes. It can stay like this for several periods. Come on. Where is the pivot? Momentum is currently back down on the 4 hour and it will remain down as long as we're below $531.50. All right, so 2 hours telling us that likely the 4 hour does flip up. We continue to see this bounce from here and it will remain to the upside as long as you're above $495. So all of the higher time frames on Meta are also lining up, just like the S&P and Bitcoin that were probably in the bear market, and they're all flipping to the downside, confirming bearish divergences on the 3 month, the 6 month. 3 month put in a pretty scary shooting star candle. It would give us with momentum flip to the downside as long as you're below $681 and the $700 region, which is I believe was this one. Yeah, the monthly was at $710 for the momentum pivot. That would give you a target of hitting that 21 EMA, which right now lines up beautifully with our golden pocket of sitting somewhere around the 380s or 370s to 360s area. Hitting that area likely does give you a very significant bounce, which will then give you hitting bullish divergence after the 6 month bearish divergence, likely taking you to significantly new all-time highs. But as of right now, I would continue to look for a little bit of a bounce based off of the lower term timeframes and the HPDR ranges, because we're hitting the 97.5% across the board. We'll likely see a bounce into maybe 540s, 550s. If you go a little bit above there, maybe 570s, but high probability it's going to reject and put in continue to the downside towards somewhere around that 370s, let's say range between 380 and 360. Putting in a bounce there. I wouldn't expect it to go straight up from there though. I'd expect it to grind out some type of higher low, get a rejection, come back down, put in another higher low, and then from there over the next maybe year and a half, then go to new all-time highs. Because the hidden bullish divergence would be on a 6 month chart. And that 6 month chart, each candle is 6 months. It's gonna take like 3 candles, which is a
18.
year and a half to,
Yeah.
18 months to a year and a half to basically minimum to play out. More likely closer to 2 years. And then, probably continues to go up and to the right, going to new all-time highs.
Yay! Yay, Meta!
Now we all clap.
This kind of looks very similar to this. Fuck. All right, well, Marky Mark. Estamos viendo Meta. So Tesla's next. That's what we had talked about. Okay.
Well,
Estamos viendo Meta en la trimestral rápidamente con todos ustedes. Pueden ver rápido se pueden dar cuenta de algo. Obviamente, tendencia a largo plazo. Meta salió a cotizar en el 2012 por acá. Wow, qué excelente línea recta. Y pueden ver, ha hecho bajos más altos, obviamente hasta acá. Y de ahí altos más altos. No hay duda alguna de ello. Pero lo mismo que pasó en el 2022, esto fue el 2021. En julio del 2021, Meta hizo el tope en esta vela trimestral. Esta fue una vela topera del libro. ¿Qué es una vela topera? Y sobre todo del libro. Una vela donde el 25% del cuerpo, que es la parte gorda, está en la parte baja de la vela. Es una vela topera. ¿Y cómo sabes que esta vela vale, que si es topera? Y la confirmación, tienes que ver cuál es la parte más baja de esa vela, justo acá, y tener un cierre ahí. No te lo dio esta vela, por más que se haya aparecido y te haya engañado, no te lo dio esta vela. Esta fue la continuación, ¿ok? Y ahorita justamente estamos viendo algo muy parecido. Esta es un doji, esta es una vela de indecisión, esta es una vela topera y ahora estás teniendo el follow through. ¿Te lo va a dar por completo? ¿Te va a jugar esto? Vamos a ver, pero cualquier cierre por debajo en esta vela de $553, estamos cotizando en este momento en 510, significaría que efectivamente confirmar vela topera y va a haber continuación. Estamos perdiendo nuestro promedio del 5 también en la trimestral y tenemos volatilidad en extremos, que es la que nos trajo hasta acá. Así que ahí es donde estamos parados con esto en Meta. Un mes, vela topera, una vez más, esa vela topera no se dio en la mensual en ese entonces, pero tenemos dos confirmaciones en este momento. La primera fue acá, esta va a ser la segunda, faltan 23 días y 4 horas para cerrar, pero ya perdiste el 5, el 9, voy a quitar ahora mi 5 ya que ya llegamos hasta acá. Perdiste tu promedio del 9 y ahora está rebotando en el 21, justamente en la zona de los 590, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 9. Siguiente parada van a ser los 452. Vamos a verlo rápido en el HPDR para que lo tengan en mente. Y también vale la pena mencionar que en volatilidad no nos estamos dando ningún setup. Esto nos podría llevar tranquilamente a esta zona media donde está también nuestro promedio del 34, que está en los 530. Vemos que nos rechazó la parte del 78.6% aquí arriba. Desde entonces nos rechazó la parte alta de la zona azul acá. Y ahí ya ni siquiera hemos llegado a retestear la parte de la zona azul en los 620. Hemos simplemente caído en la zona azul hasta los 78.8%. Esto tiene más camino para la baja. No sería la primera vez que Meta se encuentra en esta situación y eso nos pone en una zona bastante interesante para el precio de Meta. Vamos a la de 2 semanas para que lo podamos ver más de cerca. Lo mismo. Ahora nuestra siguiente parada debería de ser justamente los 460, más o menos esta zona. Volatilidad nos cuenta algo. Volatilidad está expandiendo en esta caída, que no es nada bueno para los miembros de la comunidad de Meta, ¿no? Les vamos a decir así a todos los que se quedaron con la bolsa en la mano. Y esto nos debería llevar tranquilamente a la zona del 88.3% en 462, 450, que es donde está mi línea meme, por acá. ¿Ok? Vamos a la semanal. Semanal también tiene nuestra volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída y ahorita tenemos esta vela verde que quiere decir corrección. Esta corrección está brincando al 95% después de rebotar en el EMA 100 en los 479 y es donde básicamente acá vamos, o ya nos dio el rebote acá y ahí es donde quedó, o tal vez deberíamos de chupar un poco el lado antes de dar nuestra siguiente parada en los 450 y dar continuación a la bajada. ¿Por qué digo eso? Porque estamos ya en el 95% del HPDR. Cuando estás en el 95% del HPDR, solamente tienes 5% de probabilidades de continuar a la baja. Y son muy bajas. Entonces va a necesitar un poco de consolidación acá. Todavía faltan 4 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela, pero vamos a estar pendiente a ver si nos encontramos ya acá con parada, luego un subidongo por acá, tal vez encontrarnos donde está el 21, el 34, el 9, dar un rebote a esta zona de los 570 y después de ahí hacer tu alto más bajo y continuar a la baja. Diaria nos cuenta un poco de lo mismo, justamente, ya estamos en el 100%, entre el 97 y el 100% ya te queda nada de probabilidades para continuar a la baja. ¿Esto qué nos dice? Este rebote, ya, un segundo, me acabo de dar cuenta de algo. Sí, este rebote podría ser el rebote bajista. Ahora, ¿cómo se llama? Guys, se convierte en resistencia y bolas, güey, continúas. La cosa es, podemos subir más y tal vez llegar a donde está el SMA 200. Yo creo que ese va a ser mi objetivo en los 570, 78 para poder consolidar un poco acá, treparte acá, usar esto y aquí hacer tu nuevo mínimo, tu nuevo alto más bajo comparado con este en los 592, 575. Tal vez estoy siendo muy optimista con el subidongo que puede tener, tal vez solamente se queda aquí consolidando el lado, pero Meta tiene más camino para abajo, mucho más camino para abajo. Y aparte, un excelente valor en que invertir en el futuro, no muy cercano, no en estos días, pero cuando se dé, obviamente a muy largo plazo alcista, pero por ahora estamos Denme un segundo, acabo de ver algo. Ajá. Puta madre, igual y no, igual y este breakdown de acá sí va a venir a retestar esta línea meme en los 530 y tal vez ya lo haya hecho. Lo único que vayamos a ver por ahora, tal vez en Meta, es un poco de esto. Antes de dar continuación para abajo. Nuestro objetivo de caída de Meta es este, donde ¿vieron cómo Bitcoin rebotó al igual que Ethereum en el alto del ciclo pasado? Es un poco eso lo que esperaríamos en los 385. Abajo de 385, 219 sería mi siguiente objetivo. Así que ya lo tienen, Meta se ve correctivo, se ve bajista, necesitas un respiro antes de dar continuación a esta caída y esperamos un rebote, esperamos un rebotillo coquetillo de Meta y del tío Mark Zuckerberg. Ok, Tesla, sir.
Alrighty. Time to Natsify.
Time to get Nazi. Ooh, that was a nice low. Sadly, I already purchased at this level, so I'm out on this one. But that was my first buy too. Nice.
It was the most beautiful.
I mean, I tell you, he looks at these cars. He looks at the cars. He puts them out. They're great and they're electric. I don't know. They don't make any noise. It's something crazy.
So the quarterly on Tesla, highest time frame we can go to that has data, and right now the quarterly is getting a nice bounce off the 21 EMA. How much of a percentage wise is it? Let's see. That is about 6.5% as of this moment to the upside after a bounce. We are getting into the bearish control zone on the quarterly with volatility supporting it, getting above the moving average. And right now we are losing the buy signal on the jewel shifting into a neutral. So let's mark with a vertical line whenever we did get into the bearish control zone on the HPK momentum. Did it right there. Did it right. Oops. There. All right, and see how much of a move down we got after that. So from here, we moved down about 43% in one candle. Here, 59%, 61%. And from here, we have currently gone down about 45%. Stick it to about 60%. Brings us very close to that 100% of the HPDR. It brings us to about $152. If we that would line up with still technically being a higher low. would be a very, very fucky higher low like crypto, but it would technically be a higher low. And if you do bounce there, then you could see a retest of somewhere around that $200 zone. And if unless you close above about $285, it's just going to be a lower high before you come to the 55 EMA, which is at about $108. Monthly is freshly breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility flipped up, and now the monthly jewel is giving you a sell signal. And it's going to be maybe one or two more closures before this pink crosses the yellow, and then this is going to lose the bullish control zone, and that's going to be a pretty epic sell signal happening pretty high up too, likely bringing you down at a minimum towards that 100 EMA, which is at like 174. Invalidation right now is getting. I'm sorry.
There we go. That's what I'm hoping around my last entry.
Hopefully the stars will align and we can get a nice bounce, massive bounce and reversal at 174.
That'd be dope as fuck.
Right now, the invalidation for that move to 174 is getting a monthly close over $304. So if that happens, then we probably go to all-time highs. Pretty unlikely though. 2-week is telling you you're probably going to bounce from here. You're getting to 98% on momentum and volatility. Jewel is about to give you that sell signal very close to with the pink crossing below the yellow. You're getting to the 97.5%. Likely do get a little bit of a bounce here. That bounce maybe takes you up to like 260s, 270s. High probability you reject and then drop to 170s. Weekly is getting back down. It's actually flipped to the upside as well from very extremes, lining up with that short-term bounce. Volatility is now starting to contract, telling you the bounce is likely going to be corrective and the bottom is not in yet. Probabilities are at this point, but now that I look at the weekly, the top is already in because we've already tapped this 200 SMA, tapped this 5 EMA, pretty close to tapping the 100. Then, so now if we were to go above this $252 area, I'd expect to move to the 55, which is around like 280. But right now, I'm leaning towards that the bottom's already in, and we're just going to grind out while these ranges can step down, and then we move down again. 5 days also getting a rejection. We went all the way up to the 55, sharp rejection from there, and now we're back below the 200. Kind of telling me that the local top is probably in, and we likely just grind out before lower. Volatility, momentum, and volatility just keep flipping back down and up, back down, not even able to get anywhere above the moving average on momentum. It's looking very weak. I guess Elon's not leaving Doge.
How about that fucking story, dude? But by the way, now they're throwing like ridiculously fake stories out, and people just follow them blindly. It's like today, the thing that made that short that I did, the price to go up like crazy on Bitcoin was just like that someone just said because they wanted to. Oh, Trump's gonna pause the tariffs for 90 days, and then the market.
The White House was like, "That's fake news."
Yeah, it's fucking incredible that everyone is just like, this market is so stupid. It's crazy. It's so much fun.
They just want whatever excuse to buy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's so much fun.
On the two, all you need to know is that you see the market pumping and you're like, that's some bullshit. This is easy short.
Yeah.
The 2 days now it's on some hopium side, getting to supporting the idea of the bounce. We're getting back into the 38.2% range. So if we can close over there, that would give us a move into somewhere around that 260s, possibly 280s. High probability we're going to get a rejection. That would just be a retest of this silver cross, and it likely take you down to 170s. But right now we're getting a reset of momentum on the 2-day with volatility very close to expanding. Daily is getting to extremes on momentum and volatility at almost 96%, getting to the 97.5% of the HPDR. Likely though, the top is probably in and we likely just go sideways before lower. I can't wait to see what people are saying about Elon on Twitter once Tesla's at 170s.
Oh my God, you have to quit, get another CEO. When you start reading those, just buy your Tesla, guys. It does.
He
You
fucked
don't need
us
to
by
be
going.
exactly.
He fucked us by going political.
Yeah, you don't need to be a financial analyst to understand. As soon as those guys start crying and telling Elon Musk how to do his job, yes, regular people on X, that's when you buy Tesla. Okay, that's it. It's really simple. Book it.
So the 6 month right now, you see a high right here on price, see a higher high, significantly lower high on the RSI, giving you 6 month bearish divergence. This one is not really that bad though, because the target wouldn't be much lower than the confirmation. You confirm it with the close below $182, and that would take you to this 21 EMA at right around like 160. So it's like $20 lower than the confirmation. Not really that low. And this 21 EMA is likely going to be a very significant low. If you notice, our previous cycle low was right at this 21 EMA before we went to new all-time highs. And that new all-time high is probably going to be somewhere around that $700 zone. So if you were to take this on a percentage-wise to $700, yeah, I have to zoom out. That's like a 330% move to the upside. You don't even need any leverage for that. You just go balls deep in spot and ride it out.
That's what Daddy is looking for.
At the Pagani owners meetup, they're like, "Yeah, I got my car for Tesla." We'll fucking hit you.
Can you imagine?
On the
Horatio,
quarterly,
Horatio wouldn't be happy. At
does he not
least
like Tesla?
a while ago, he didn't like electric cars. He refused to make an electric Pagani for a while and to even talk about
Watch
it.
him wake one.
Eventually, he became more warm to the idea. Huh?
Probably gonna partner with Rimac and make an electric Pagani.
They're already talking. I don't know if I can say that, but I don't care.
Tomorrow you get a knock on your door and it's a short Argentinian man.
I love that dude. I wish.
On the quarterly, we have hidden bullish divergence still active. Very likely it's going to invalidate. It's going to invalidate with a close below $217. We're very close to that. And then if you also notice, we have lower high on the RSI with the higher high in price, giving you quarterly bearish divergence. Once you invalidate that hidden bullish divergence, that's going to give you that same target of that 170. It's at an absolute minimum. And if it gets bad, then you're probably going to drop to 130s. So monthly, nothing. 2 week, nothing. Actually, technically, there's a Phantom 5 bearish divergence on the monthly. It's pretty far back, though. Not that powerful. Probably this 100, which is around, whoa, what do you know, 170s. Weekly has a fresh drive of bearish divergence, 3 drives actually, but it's happening a little low, so it's not really that significant. Can't really even give you any targets off of it because we're already in the critical zone. So cool, 5 days about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. But it's just like the weekly where it's happening so low that it's not really that powerful. And you can't really give any targets either because we're already at the critical zone. The only target I can really give you is like $206. Daily. Daily has fresh 3 drives of hitting bearish divergence and it's happening quite high up, so that's quite nice. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $285. And your next target is going to be the bearish control zone, which sits at a beautiful $170 number. 4 hours now also having fresh bearish divergence. And your next target is going to be that critical zone, which right now sits at 171. Beautiful. Ding.
Kaplan!
Quarterly momentum is very close to, bi-yearly momentum is very close to flipping to the upside. That's pretty interesting. And as of this moment, it is getting downside momentum. But remember, even if it does flip up, this is a bi-yearly chart. It's going to take 2 candles for this to play out, and that's going to be a year. And it's going to currently flip up right now if we close the candle over to $185.50. The significance of that will be that it's going to maintain the bullish control zone, which then will give us a target into the critical zone, and that's a pretty massive pump to the upside. Last time we went to the critical zone was right here, and we went from about $23 to $400. So basically a 20x in price. Quarterly right now is currently flipping freshly to the downside, making it a little bit less likely that the 6-month is going to flip up. So that tells us that probably we're going to close below $185 then. And the quarterly is flipped down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone as long as you're below $230. Volatility is contracting though, that is opium. Same thing on the monthly, volatility is starting to contract. We're flipping down, rejecting the critical zone, and we're flipped down as long as we're below $447. 2-week is also contracting, flipping down with the drop of death as long as you're below $419.50. For $420 for the culture.
Very nice.
Weekly is getting a little extreme on volatility at 91%. We're very close to a contraction phase, and we're close to flipping back up on momentum too, and we'll flip up when we close above 228.50. 5 days very close to flipping up also with momentum close to a contraction phase, and it will flip up above 231. 2 days already gotten the volatility contraction with momentum flipping up, and it will remain flipped up if we close above 246, which we're currently below. And daily is now flipped back down with the derp of death, and it will remain down as long as we're below 258. And so 4 hour. And 4 hours also freshly turning down with volatility support, and it will remain down as long as you're below $270.50. So now all of the high time frames on Tesla are aligning to the downside. You're putting in some pretty massive bearish divergences. You got the only one that's currently to the upside right now is the 6-month, and that's very strong hopium because the 3-month is freshly turning to the downside, which makes it probable that we're going to close the 6-month below 185. Now, even that's pretty nice jump from here. That's like, what is that? 19% down from where we are at the moment, which is likely to happen based off of the quarterly. And the quarterly is also putting in bearish divergences. The only time frames which right now are slightly bullish, or which even if you can even say bullish, are going to be the very low time frames. And if you go even lower, like the daily, but if you go even lower to the 4-hour, where momentum is starting to freshly turn back down, it is making it likely that the local top is in right now. And if anything, we're just going to grind out sideways from here until the HPDR ranges can step down, and then we're likely going to test 170s. Hopium is that 170s holds, and then we just bounce from there, grind out a higher low at 170s, maybe a couple of months or a couple of weeks there. Then we can go to new all-time highs after maybe a year. Less hopium is if we fail 170s, come down to 110, put in a higher low there, and then go macro higher low, because in the short term it's going to be a downtrend. Put in a macro higher low at 110, and then go to all-time highs maybe a year and a half to 2 years later. My bias right now is it bottoms somewhere around 170, so then just go grinds out a higher low for a couple of weeks, and then tries to retest a new all-time high after like a year after that. But right now, it does seem like an inevitability that we're going to come down. If that we've already put in our lower high here, and we're probably going to come test 170s. It feels like we're going to get a free ride to the 170s. Whether we bounce there or not, I'm not sure. But if you're leaning bullish, you would say on the macro that you're going to bounce at the 170s. If you're one of those guys who's like Tesla's a complete scam, then you're probably going to expect it to go to zero.
Well, yeah. It's like if you're one of the guys that goes like, you don't believe in Bitcoin, right? Like, or however you want to look at it. Let's just keep it basic. You don't believe in Bitcoin. Of course, it's going to go to zero.
Isn't that Head and Shoulders right there?
It's the biggest Head and Shoulders you've ever seen. This is just on the daily. And by the way, when we were right here, we said this could easily go to 300. We were close, dude. Like fucking close. It was 291.
Does it give you a negative number?
The Head and Shoulders, probably. I'll tell you right now. Minus 58.
Oh, beautiful. They're going to pay us $60 to hold every share of Tesla.
That'd be incredible. It made so much money because I can hold as many as they want.
Call up Mr. Musk and be like, 50 million shares for me, please.
Por favor. We're doing Amazon now. It's time. It's turn for it's the turn of Lex Luthor, modern Lex Luthor, Jeff Bezos, with his hot ass wife.
Why didn't Lex Luthor ever inject kryptonite into his veins and then just beat the shit out of Superman?
I think he tries in many different books. I mean, and by the way, the Lex Luthor Superman thing is so gay. Like, come on, how many times can a guy that knows kryptonite is what gets him, he's not ready for when he sees it? Like, how many times is Superman not going to be ready for it? God damn.
And why doesn't Superman just use the police ideology where the police is like, I can't let this guy get my gun and do more damage, so I gotta kill him. Why doesn't Superman go, oh, he has kryptonite. If he kills me, he can do a lot of damage and just use his laser vision to blow his head off.
Because Superman is a flawed superhero because he's Superman indeed. Does that make sense? It's not good. It's not good.
I can't kill him.
Exactly. I'm too good of a guy. Fuck you, you good of a guy. Go steal a bank.
Batman does it, but he beats him 2 inches from death.
That's right. That's right. Batman's a little bit more of a villainesque good guy.
They're still alive, technically.
Ok, ready. Vamos a ver Tesla. Ustedes saben, Tesla es una de mis acciones favoritas y una de las cosas que voy a estar comprando. Bueno, que ya esta es la única cosa en realidad. ¿Dónde está Rivian? Sí, esta es la única cosa en realidad que he agregado a mi portafolio en esta bajada y ha sido en este punto. Este fue mi primera compra en mi DCA total. ¿Por qué? Porque Tesla normalmente cuando tiene estas caídas rebota con muchísima fuerza eventualmente. No tengo prisa en esto. Este es mi portafolio a largo plazo y esto es algo donde voy a estar guardando mi dinero, por supuesto. Ahora, viendo la trimestral, Tesla está bajo el promedio del 9. Eso es considerado instantáneamente un mercado bajista. Nos aguantó el 21. El 21 está justo en mi línea meme en este momento en 216. Les habíamos dicho que Tesla tenía un gran chance de irse a los $300. No me sorprendería ver ese rebote cuando estábamos aquí abajo. No lo jugué. Pues llegó a 200, te lo digo ahora, 284 en esta vela a la alza, casi 285, nada mal. Y ahora está dando la vuelta y viene para abajo una vez más. Pueden ver que nuestro promedio del 34 viene con nuestra línea meme en diagonal. Lo que nos da más confluencia que esta zona de los 185 es la siguiente. Para la gente que está aprendiendo a invertir, esto es lo que yo hago. En esta zona voy a invertir, ponte tú, voy a dividir mi entrada en 3. No solo en 3, me voy a quedar con otra. Lista, esta es una bolsa de dinero, aunque no parezca, ¿ok? Es una bolsa de dinero. Y me voy a quedar con una lana más extra por si se me van los pantalones de dónde va a caer primero. Entonces, mi primera entrada es acá. Mi segunda entrada va a ser en los 200. Mi segunda entrada va a ser más grande que la primera. Y mi tercera entrada está por acá, ¿ok? Ahora, llega a caer más de esto. Encantado de la vida, tengo una contingencia para entrar acá, una vez más, por si cae más. Sí, ¿y qué pasa si cae más de ahí? Si tengo oportunidad, voy a comprar más. Esto es para yo, todo el dinero que saqué de la bolsa en diciembre, cuando dije, güey, esto va a irse para abajo, no quiero estar más en riesgo. Ese es el dinero que voy a meter una vez más, ¿ok? Entonces, esto es para mi deploy, ahora sí que sacar todo mi cash y meterlo de un putazo en un costal. Tengo un par de cositas, esta es una de ellas. Si ahora eres más novato y estás entrando, haces dinero y puedes guardar cada mes, yo empezaría todas mis compras, empezaría a buscar todas mis acciones favoritas y ver qué tanto han caído y empezar a meterle poco a poco cada vez que estén debajo de cada número, cada semana, cada mes, etcétera. En fin, sin más ni más, Tesla una vez más, altos, altos más altos. Venimos en esta clara tendencia alcista con bajos más altos, 140, luego los famosos 100 y ahorita estamos en los famosos 215 que se van a convertir, me imagino, entre 185 y 170. Más o menos es donde espero ver puede que hasta los 164, pero yo esperaría ver a Tesla más o menos en este rango, en esta zona de exactamente 163 a 185. La razón por qué es porque ha pasado cada vez cada uno de estos eventos, el 34, el promedio del 34 acaba siendo nuestra zona de suelo, obviamente por debajo. Lo podemos tener por debajo tantito, que no pasa nada, y eso nos pondría en, una vez más, esos objetivos. Una vez más, si cae más el precio, tenemos el promedio del 55 subiendo por acá, que más o menos lo vamos a encontrar en los 123, y eso mantendría este mínimo, perdón, este mínimo. Si es que llega a haber un mínimo por acá, ponte tú, ¿no? De este mínimo, pues simplemente esto cambiaría de dirección y estaría por acá, creando nuevos bajos más altos. Ok, con eso dicho, vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad está contrayendo, no tenemos nada por ahí. Vamos a la mensual rápidamente. Mensual, tenemos una vela topera, tenemos nada, tenemos confirmación, seguimiento y además cayendo por abajo el 9 en 1, 2, 3 sesiones en velas mensuales. Todavía le falta obviamente hasta 23 días y 3 horas, pero esto ya nos confirma lo que todos esperábamos, la caída. El EMA 100 viene en nuestra línea paralela meme, en nuestra diagonal que viene para arriba. Eso nos da más confluencia, que nos vamos a encontrar por ahí con él. En esta caída, yo creo que lo que sigue ahora es un poco, y vamos a ver con el HPDR para confirmar nuestros pensamientos. No, en realidad Tesla sí puede continuar cayendo en la mensual y puede hasta los 78, que serían los $198, por ahí de los 200, que es mi siguiente entrada más o menos, hasta esta zona justamente en los 185. Así que sin problema alguno, la siguiente vela o esta vela pueden llegar a hacer esto para Tesla. Vamos a ver si volatilidad nos dice algo. No, volatilidad está contrayendo. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas, damas y caballeros, en Tesla estamos ya en extremos, lo que nos dice, además de que nos encontramos con este rebote y el rechazo del 9, fue un front run del 9 justamente en esta línea meme. No sé si lo pueden ver o no, me voy a acercar un poco más, quitar esta chingadera. Y acá, para que lo puedan ver, acá tenemos nuestro promedio del 9, nuestro 21, lo que podríamos argumentar que esto haya sido ya el rebotín y el rebotín que se va a ir para abajo después, pero la cosa es, vean dónde estamos en el HPDR, en esa zona del 100%. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que muy probablemente Tesla, y ahora atención, que esta vela quiere cerrar por debajo del promedio del 100 en 4 días y 3 horas. Queremos estar, si somos alcistas por alguna razón, en muy corto plazo, arriba de los 231.66. Si no, si eres bajista, estás en el lugar correcto ya y es por debajo de 230. Eso ya nos carga. Ahora, la cosa es, necesitamos consolidar un poco, hacer que todo nuestro HPDR baje para poder dar continuación a la bajada. Por ahora tiene cara que simplemente iba a estar de hueva yéndose de lado por ahí del mismo precio. Volatilidad no nos dice nada y lo que acompaña también a mi idea de que exactamente no va a pasar nada. Pueden ver que en el, ¿cómo se llama? Sí, y esta es tu vela topera, exactamente. Ya tuvimos ese rebote, ahora estamos ante el 95%. Habíamos estado abajo del 100% en esta vela, lo pueden ver cuando llegamos a tocar acá la primera entrada, pero ahora donde estamos, necesitamos que estos bajen. Todavía faltan 4 días y 3 horas para cerrar esta y la vela semanal, pero tenemos un claro rechazo del S&P 200 ahora. Este claro rechazo del S&P 200 es lo que nos podría mantener en consolidación en esta zona, por ahí hasta los 250 para después dar continuación a la baja. No cae de una Tesla, no es tan divertido verlo caer, porque al principio te tira el putazo que fue tú crees, ya, se acabó, este es el fondo, sube cabrón, como ahora lo hizo hasta los 300 casi, y después te tira una vez más, pero lentamente a un nuevo nivel. Y luego vuelve a subir, te engaña que se va a quedar ahí, cae un poco menos, vuelve a subir y luego cae otra vez más. Tesla se repite muchísimo sus movimientos y también el comportamiento de la comunidad. ¿Quieres invertir en Tesla y no eres un genio de inversión, no sabes nada de tablas? Lo único que tienes que hacer es estar en X siguiendo a la gente que le gusta Tesla y ver cuando empiecen a llorar, que le empiecen a decir a Elon Musk que tiene que renunciar, que tiene que poner otro CEO, y la gente en X, que como sí, ahora son expertos en tarifas y ahora se están volviendo expertos en intereses, esos expertos se van a volver expertos en Tesla y en cómo operar una compañía como Tesla, y le van a decir al gran Elon Musk que pues, es un pendejo, solamente tuvo suerte, su papá le compró una mina de minerales y todo lo que está pasando cualquiera con una mina de esmeraldas, con un papá con una mina de esmeraldas, hubiera logrado lo que Tesla y lo que Elon Musk. Entonces, en ese punto es cuando quieres comprar Tesla. Todavía no llega a ese punto. Ahorita la gente está de, compramos el dip. Todavía tienen ganas. ¡Ja! Se les acaban mucho antes de llegar ahí, para que sepas. Volatilidad está casi al 100%, está en 91.27%. Normalmente aquí es donde encuentra pared en los 93%, por lo que este movimiento de volatilidad tan fuerte que fue esta caída empieza a tener este tipo de rebotes porque no hay fuerza para empujarlo todavía más para abajo. Bueno, no, porque es igual, son sesiones semanales. La diaria nos cuenta un poco de la misma historia que lo que estamos platicando. Estamos hasta el 97%, tenemos que consolidar un poco por acá en lo que baja todo, en lo que bajan estos niveles. Ahora, ¿cómo sabemos si estamos mal? Sencillo, lo único que tienes que llevarte es este alto. El alto que había logrado Tesla en los 291, cuando les dijimos que iba a llegar a 300, fue acá, se nos cortó $9. Antes, con una gran vela topera diaria, por cierto, instantáneo seguimiento, luego el engaño y luego la caída. Y ahorita justamente estamos ahí, en esa caída. Se los voy a poner bastante fácil a todos ustedes, mis estimados, para que lo puedan ver. Vamos a la semanal, vamos a ajustar la tabla, vamos a ajustar los rangos. Estamos en este rango, recuerden, los verdes son los rangos grandes, en medio es donde las líneas de puntos, es donde el precio encuentra fricción. Entonces, en mi estrategia de swing, voy a vender o comprar cada que llegue a una de estas, no a cada línea, no importa qué tipo de línea, y en mi estrategia baja de riesgo, donde me deshago de todo rápido, en cuanto llegue a uno de estos puntos, voy a vender. Pero en mi estrategia fuerte de swings duros, me gusta de acá arriba, acá abajo, de acá abajo, acá arriba, ¿ok? Eso es en todos los rangos. Ahora, estando abajo este rango, el segundo punto obvio donde probablemente encontremos a Tesla rebotando, vaya a ser por ahí de los 264 a 269, donde ahí pueda hacer un poco más de esto y encontrarse con ese caminito a la baja. Por ahora tienes la debilidad del promedio del 9 bajando por abajo del 21, también tienes al 9 bajo el 34 y ahora del 55 y continúa. Tienes también un cruce del 100 y el 200 por acá abajo y tienes el retesteo y el rechazo del S&P 200 acá. Es bajista, como lo quieras ver, esto es bajista. Lo único que sabemos es que no te va a dar el bajón instantáneamente, o mínimo no debería de, o no parece que pueda. Lo que tiene cara es de hacer esto, consolidar un poco, tal vez llegar acá, darte una idea de que ya ese fue el bajo, después acá hacer un alto más bajo y pito, irse a los 200. 200 es el siguiente objetivo, 185 es el siguiente, bueno, entre 185 y 165 y ya ahí abajo de eso sería un regalo. Así que estén preparados para esto. Right, let's do Amazon. The packaging company for Jeff Bezos, Lex Luthor.
The book company.
The book, I used to sell books on Amazon. I used to buy all my books on Amazon, boys.
I used to buy all my books when I used to read from, what's that place called? Barnes and Noble.
What a great place. I went there to buy some stuff for my wife, like a card for her birthday and whatnot. I gotta say, they fucking suck now.
Dude, I haven't been there in years. I don't read anymore.
Yeah.
All right, so Amazon, this is kind of interesting because it is putting in what looks like an inverse head and shoulders on the quarterly, and it will be active as long as you're closing above basically this 21 EMA, which is around $150. And what would you have a target from there? Let's remove this magnet. Let's just do a conservative target and do it from here. Uh-oh, did the wrong one. Lines right up with this 78.6% at about $334 to $340. Very interesting. And but we'll keep that alive as long as you hold this 50% on the HPDR, you should go there. And that would just be another higher low in a series of higher lows. Right now, momentum is close to the bearish control zone. If we do continue to hold this 38.2% and 50% area, likely this is going to be a rejection of the bearish control zone, likely flips back up from there. Right now, the jewel is on a neutral signal, hasn't quite shifted into a sell signal yet. If it does maintain this area, it probably will remain on a neutral. See the bi-yearly. Bi-yearly is about to lose it's already losing its sell signal. Very close to shifting back into a buy signal. That's interesting. Monthly is also getting right to the edge of the bearish control zone. Volatility is currently expanding. Right now, if we do close below the 21 EMA, momentum likely does break into the bearish control zone on the monthly, likely even bringing us to somewhere around $154, $155, but that inverse head and shoulders would still be active on the quarterly. And from there, probably we end up bouncing. That would be just maintaining the silver cross. 2 week is kind of front running the 55. Momentum is within the bearish control zone on the 2 week with volatility pointing up. And right now on the 2 week, you're getting a pretty nasty Joe sell signal. Mark this with a vertical line and see how Amazon, not the trend line, see how Amazon likes to react to these sell signals. Let's mark it from there. This one from there. Okay. It's got a decent alignment. This last one. We're all the way back in 2016, so that should be enough. 2016 was a good year. I graduated from high school the previous year.
Oh, wow. I was already in my 5th job, or probably my 20th retirement.
19% down. And then 8% down. That first year of high school is when I got my Model S. It was fresh out of high school, driving around in a Tesla, feeling pretty good.
I bet.
30% down. When I should have just bought the stock at that point because it was trading at like $20.
I know, dude. Tell me about it. Fucking damn it.
38%. That 30-ish% seems to be the average move. And as of this moment, how much are we down? Only 18%. Let's take it to around 30%. Brings us to right around that $150 area. Very interesting. Another thing that points us in the same direction. And it lines up with that 2 week sell signal on the jewel, lines up with our HPDR. Let's see if it lines up with our RSI targets. Weekly is now very close to getting momentum back to the upside above the moving average. Volatility is very close to contraction phase. Lines up with us possibly getting over this 100 EMA. If we do get over there, it's a very big if. That'll take us towards the 5, sitting around 185. Although my bias is that we remain below this 100 EMA on the close and then come back up to retest it, reject, and then lower. And lower target would be somewhere around this 200, which is around 150s. 5 days now, freshly flipping back down after rejecting getting over the moving average, with volatility still to the upside. If we in the next 2.5 hours close below this 100, we're probably just gonna before bouncing go to the 200 at 150s. Two days close to flipping back up. It's still in the bearish control zone, still below the moving average. Volatility is still technically to the upside. It goes along with rejecting this 200. So if we do continue to bounce from here, that 170s to 180s would be the target to get a rejection. And if we just dump from here, that would be with when we go down to the 4 hour, we'll see the number we need to go to close below or dump from here, and that would take us to 150s. Daily, same thing as a 2 day with momentum pretty low in the 90s. Likely bounces here, which we are getting right now. We're at the 97.5% on the HPDR. 4 hours also very extreme on the momentum and volatility. It's 97.5%. What's going to invalidate the idea of the bounce is if we get basically below at this point would be enough for me is 166. Get below 166, and I think we're just going to go straight to 150s. Right now, for a bigger bounce, is going to be getting basically any type of not even closure, but a tick above 183.40, and that'll probably take you up to somewhere around. It's not that much higher, like 190. Go to the other side. Ding. Another one's on here. No, I don't. Should probably add that. Interesting. So we have a high right here on the 6-month price, high on the RSI, much higher high on the price, much lower high on the RSI, giving you a possible bearish divergence on the 6-month. And it will confirm if you close below $151.61. That's going to give you a minimum target of this 21 EMA. That's not good. That's about $121, $120. The hopium, though, is if we come to that 150s area, we get a nice bounce, confirming that inverse head and shoulders and invalidating this bearish divergence. Very big hopium. Otherwise, we're going to 120 minimum. Right now, what's lines up with the hopium, though, a little bit is that the jewel is currently in a posture to flip up. 3 months, some bearish hopium is about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence, and it will confirm if you close below $184.40. And that's going to give you a minimum target of hitting the neutral zone, which is right now at $166. And the next target from there is quite scary because that's a bearish control zone. That's at about $70.50. OPM right now as well is that monthly is still in an uptrend, still technically a higher low, and momentum is below all of these points, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence. And it will confirm if you can close above $214.01. And that will give you a move into the bearish bullish control zone, which is at not that much higher at 220. The next move from there would be the critical zone, and that one is quite high up. That's almost $800, $792. This is a very big if, however, very, very big if. A little bit lower on momentum. Time frame. 2-week already has confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $206.21. Any tick below 160, 138, likely going to bring you down to this 200 at about 130. Same number comes up again. So if 150s fails, probably going to go to 130. And the only way to really confirm that is we want to see to avoid that is we want to see a strong bounce in the 150s. Weekly also has bearish divergence as long as you're below 206.21. We're already in the critical zone, so I can't really give you a target off of that other than like 168. The idea is about to confirm another drive bearish divergence. As long as you close below 184.40, your next target is going to be right around 130s, 138. I guess it looks like once 150s is not going to hold, there goes that inverse head and shoulders.
Can I give you a nice little cheeky target?
Mm-hmm.
How would we feel about 110 to 120?
Very close to 130. I'd take it.
There you go.
And now 3-day has confirmed bearish divergence with basically a fresh silver cross to the downside. You could basically front run this. This is almost certainly going to confirm. That likely brings you a minimum to that 150s. And now based off of this setup, I don't think 150s is going to hold. Let's see. Come on. Sometime today. There we go. Daily has many drives of hidden bearish divergence active as long as you're closing below $198.34. And your next target is going to be that critical zone, which right now sits at 134.40. 130s, I guess. And 4 hours many drives of hidden bearish divergence as long as you're below 183.40. And your next target is going to be sitting at 163. Oops. Just don't want my tool. All right, so 6-month momentum is still technically to the upside, and it's holding the bullish control zone. Right now, we will remain up as long as we're closing over $141.51. But that's not exactly as bullish as you would think because we are bidding very high up. And if we close up, remain to the upside here, it's going to take us into the critical zone. And here's where the pivot likely goes up a lot. We want to see where it goes to at that point. If it goes significantly above price action, we're probably going to flip down. And that's going to give us confirmed bearish divergence because we're making a lower high from where we did over here while making higher highs on price action, giving us a target of right around 120 right now. Very interesting. Quarterly's already flipped down, or technically up, but it's going to flip down. And it will flip down if you close below $216. And right now, quarterly also has bearish divergence, giving you a target of right around 140s. If it gets really bad though, and you start to lose that, you're probably going to break into like 105, 110. Monthly is already flipped down, giving you a derp of death, and you're pointing down below $232.50. See when we had the last monthly derp of death. Never. Wow. 2 week is continuing expansion on volatility with a derp of death and pointed down below $238. Last time we had a derp of death was in July of 2024, and how much did we move down did we get? About 22% to the downside. Before that, August 2019, 15.8. And then October 2018, about 19. As of this one, 14. So we take about 19. It's about 140s. Weekly is very close to flipping up with volatility close to flipping to contraction, and it will flip up if we can close above 177, about $3 away from where we are now. 2 days also very close to flipping up with volatility close to flipping down, and will flip up above 182. 2 days already up with volatility at pretty extreme levels, and it will remain up as long as we're above 177.18. Daily is also close to flipping up with volatility very close to contraction, and it will flip up as we close over 172.40. And 4 hours also very, very close to flipping up, and it will flip up as long as we close over about 170, 150, so a little bit lower. And 2 hours already remain also to the upside, as long as you're above about 172. So the higher time frames right now on Amazon are starting to shift down. Even this, just like Meta, is starting to look like we're in a bear market. Quarterly is flipping down. It will flip down as long as you're closing below $216. It's giving you many drives of bearish divergence. The 6 month is the only one that's flipped to the upside currently, just like Meta. But just like Meta, it's breaking into the critical zone where the pivot likely goes up significantly. And once it flips down from there, it's going to confirm even 6 month bearish divergence. Only things that are even slightly bullish right now is that the lower time frames are having momentum to the upside, but looks like volatility is getting to a contraction point. Very extreme highs, likely going to flip down with that momentum up. Probably going to put in a lower high somewhere around that 180s area to maybe 190. And then you're probably going to dump from there into getting a little bounce at 140s to 150s. And from there, I'm expecting, based off of the bearish divergence targets, a drop into like 120 to 130 area. And my bias right now is that we put in a long-term bottom at that 120 to 130 area, grind out a low over the next couple of months, and then try for new all-time highs, maybe a year and a half to 2 years after that. Right now, I am leaning more towards the bearish side.
God damn. So here, quickly, right here, 189. This was top, double top, huge bottom. We had an SFP right here, down, tried, breakout, went down. Your big, easy short, $189 for the retest. And then we take it all the way down to the bottom of the channel.
It's my bias.
And the bottom of the channel fits your bias even more. Look at this. It starts in 2016, and it's touched it this time, and it goes to the top, to the bottom. That was an SFP, and back down. So bottom of the channel, 111 right now. Obviously, it's going to continue to go up. So probably 120.
Beautiful. Bias
So beautiful.
Tips.
Oh, yeah. Bias tips. Tip touch. Excellent. All righty. Well, you're basically done, sir. It's 4 hours now. We got, by the way, this is a record in viewers. Thank you, everyone that's watching. Almost 7,000 people watching us right now. Tell terrible jokes and give you an
Muchas
incredible
gracias,
analysis.
viewers.
Yeah, so thank you all. Thank you. And thank you, Farhan. Thank you for this, man. Say thank you to Alex. Oh, no, he's traveling. I'll miss. All right, I'll tell him. All righty. Hey, anything else you want to add, say, before you run?
Nope. Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, sir.
It all goes downhill from here.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Downhill. Estamos viendo Amazon este día, damas y caballeros. Y Amazon, algo que quiero enseñarles de Amazon es esto. Me gusta mucho esta vista de la tabla. La razón por la que me gusta es sencilla. Pueden ver, Amazon ha estado en este canal desde el 2016. Ha tocado la parte alta en el 2020, en el 2021, la parte baja en el 2023, en el fondo después del 2022. Ustedes saben qué pasó acá. Y una vez más, hicimos tope en febrero del 2025. En enero del 2025. Y desde entonces hemos estado cayendo una vez más de vuelta en este canalillo. Un segundo. Ahí está. Bien puestecito. ¿Por qué es importante esto? Porque pueden ver acá, tengo esta línea meme que voy a borrar de este color y voy a poner una de estas. Tengo esta línea meme que hemos visto un rechazo, dos rechazos, luego la caída tan potente, tres rechazos, S&P a la alza, para abajo y después, una vez más, te rechaza, lo tomas y una vez que lo tomas te da este movimiento brusco. Esta línea en los $189 es el lugar perfecto del libro para que Amazon retestee y hacerle un corto en BTCC. Y ahorita les voy a enseñar, alguien me escribió que cómo mierdas encontrabas las acciones en BTCC, ahorita te enseño. Ahora estamos chopeando y ahora les estoy adelantando el análisis, pero esto es lo que creemos. ¿Ok? Es lo que estamos viendo nosotros. Ahora, déjenme se los enseño. El análisis, ¿no? Estamos cotizando en 175. Amazon tuvo un alto histórico en 242. Vamos a ver qué tan abajo estamos en este momento. Yo creo que esto es muy importante para todos ustedes hacer en todas sus acciones favoritas, en todo lo que vayan a comprar favorito. ¿Qué tan abajo estamos? Estamos 27% al día de hoy y hemos estado abajo 33%. ¿De qué tamaño fue el movimiento del mercado bajista del 2022? 57%, por lo que todavía debería de tener camino de acá arriba hasta acá abajo. ¿Qué me dices de él? No, 2018 no fue un mercado bajista, este es el 2020. El 2020 es una caída súper chica comparado con lo que subió después. 2020 fue 25%. Entonces ya estás en un territorio más o menos familiar ahí con Amazon, entendiendo hasta cuánto puede caer. Ahora, ¿cuál sería el escenario que nosotros decimos? Por ahí de 50% más o menos, si llega a los 120. Es factible, es posible, y lo podemos ver acá que una vez que tocamos acá es casi inevitable venir a la parte baja del canal y es lo que muy probablemente vayamos a hacer. Por ahora está aguantando, pero da igual, no estamos estudiando canales, estamos estudiando simplemente movimientos sencillitos por Amazon por acá. Ven que popule mi tabla, pueden ver altos más bajos más altos en todos lados. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9. Ahora, acá interesante, todavía por encima del promedio del 9, Amazon no es bajista. Pero vean lo que pasa una vez que pierdes el promedio del 9. Desplome absoluto hasta el 34 y por debajo. El 34 en este momento está en 127, lo que nos dice que probablemente podríamos ir a la parte más baja de eso. Por ahora está aguantando bastante bien ahí en la trimestral, pero mensual nos confirma. Perdimos el 9, el promedio del 9 justamente con esta vela. Lo venimos a retestear. Este retesteo fue divino. Este fue el que agarramos en short y nos fuimos para abajo, que todo el mundo preguntó, ¿por qué? ¿O cómo es que pensamos en esto? Simplemente la vista mensual de esto fue el retesteo y fue de ahí donde lo sacó Alex y de ahí pueden ver el gran resultado que tuvo. Ahora, viéndolo así en la mensual, déjenme rápido, les pongo el HPR para que vean, apenas estamos cayendo de la zona azul. Apenas, o sea, llevamos todo este tiempo en la zona azul y apenas estamos cayendo y estamos en el 50%. El 61.8% debería ser la siguiente zona crítica y de ahí los $150. Por ahora, por ahora, y podemos ver también que el canal va a coincidir con este 88.3%. Estamos cotizando en 175. Vamos a ver si volatilidad nos dice algo. Volatilidad, no, pero no, nada, absolutamente nada. Pero tiene cara que quiere comenzar a expandir, así que vamos a mantener un ojo por acá en la volatilidad de Amazon. 2 semanas el movimiento empieza a estar cansado, empieza a verse desgastado. Puede que los 159 van a ser una buena zona en este momento por acá para poder consolidar por un rato. Volatilidad comienza a expandir una vez más, pero no completamente. Una vez que esto de verdad salga, va a ponerse buena la cosa. Esperamos un poco de este tipo de chopeo para que todo esto tenga tiempo de bajar y de ahí dar continuación a la baja sin sobreextender el movimiento. Les iba a enseñar volatilidad, como apenas está pasando por encima del promedio, lo pueden ver ahí. Ahí está, por encima del promedio, para que no digan que no se las enseñé. La volatilidad, hermanos, la volatilidad. El movimiento bajista acá ya está cansado, está llegando al 99%, no, 90%. A Amazon le gusta estar en extremos de todas maneras, así que mantengamos un ojo por acá, pero este movimiento, este empuje a la baja, y lo pueden ver, empieza a doblar un poco las manos y vemos esta vela verde, lo que nos dice que esto es un muy probable rebote antes que nada. Ahora, interesante, tuvimos el retesteo del promedio del 100 en la semanal. Esto hace un rechazo y vamos a continuar. Pero tienes ya el 95% donde tienes tu SMA 200. Por lo que, una vez más, chopear en esta zona es algo que creemos va a ser necesario para Amazon y básicamente para todo lo que hemos estado viendo. En la de 3 días, que fue algo que me gustó ver, tenemos ya casi un cruce plateado a la baja, junto con la media por acá, el 9 y el 100. Además, la parte baja de la zona azul coincide con mi línea meme en los 189, que es ese punto donde digo, y esto fue ahorita el short que empecé en Bitcoin, fue por esto, porque Bitcoin tenía esto. Entonces, regresó acá, la parte baja de la zona azul te rechaza, eso es lo que tienes más probabilidad de una vez que ya llegaste para abajo, y eso te pondría en territorio para dar continuación a esa caída. Diaria muy probable, exactamente, hasta el 97% en extremos. Estamos ante un rebote y este rebote simplemente nos lo está dando para poder consolidar e irse de lado un rato. Se los voy a poner sencillo, damas y caballeros, sin HPDR y sin nada. Somos alcistas en Amazon por encima de los $206. $206, que es este alto. ¿Ok? $206. Obviamente no te podrías llevar los 161 a la baja. Pero lo que nosotros pensamos está ocurriendo va a ser sencilla consolidación por acá, hacerle a la gente pensar que está tomando el promedio del 100, ¿no? O sea, este es el promedio del 100, no sé por qué estoy dibujando ahí. Y hacerlos pensar que aquí ya chingamos, venimos para acá, topamos y vamos a dar continuación a la baja en Amazon. Ya son 4 horas y 11 minutos de literalmente análisis puro y duro de mercado. El mercado está haciendo exactamente lo que pensamos al principio. Está en números verdes ahora, el S&P 500, el Nasdaq. El Dow Jones está menos 0.35% abajo, nada mal. El dólar 103. Cosas importantes que ver. Peso dólar. Si el dólar sube muy rápido en contra del peso, lo ves subir, eso es negativo para todo el riesgo, para todo el mercado. No sé por qué, se los he dicho cuánto tiempo llevo gritando esto al aire, ¿no? No sé por qué, pero es algo muy real. Va a haber el bono a 10 años acaba de tener una subida de 4.5%. Esto es un rebote antes de que vaya a volver a caer una vez más agresivamente. Este rebote que estamos viendo en el 10 años, en mi opinión. Y la razón por qué es porque llegó a mi nivel, al 4.215, donde está siendo rechazado. Y ahí, es más, se los voy a poner rápido. Y este rechazo que justamente debería en realidad de poder llegar hasta acá arriba, en el 4.25. Y ese rechazo nos va a llevar más para abajo. Y esto es una tendencia que no vamos a poder escapar. Atentos, porque si le escapamos, hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido, y el breakout sería acá, pero esto sería la destrucción del dólar, etcétera. Vamos a ver qué sea. Pero por ahora, básicamente nuestros mercados en verde es tal cual lo que habíamos dicho, necesitan un respiro. Mucha gente volverse alcista, mucha gente pensar que esto fue el final de todo, que compraron el fondo de algo que nunca en su vida se pudieron haber imaginado. Ahora, estaría bueno. Yo ya compré mi Tesla, fue lo único que me fui de compras por ahora, pero no lo creo. Honestamente, creo que vamos a ver más de esto para adelante. Una vez más, yo sé que todos creen que son los aranceles, pero es el gasto. Les mando un abrazote. Cuídense mucho. Gracias por acompañarnos. Gracias a todos los miembros del Trading Academy. No. Rápido, les iba a enseñar rápido. Dame un segundo. BTCC. Déjame asegurarme de no poner mi información por acá. Dame un segundo. Déjenme hago el login para enseñarles cómo, porque alguien me preguntó cómo compro acciones en BTCC, dónde las encuentro. Ahora te lo pongo acá, mi estimado. Ok, déjame asegurarme que no se vea que tan poco dinero tengo, cómo lo escondo. ¿Saben qué? Me voy a la página principal y ya, nadie tiene que verlo. Ahí está. Esta página. Me preguntas, mi estimado, ¿dónde están en BTCC, dónde están las acciones? Esta es la página principal. Vas a ir en futuros, perpetuos, que es la primera para abajo. A la derecha vas a ver, sabes que estás en el lugar correcto cuando ves las llamitas y el 500X. No caigas en la tentación. Vas a ir aquí arriba, en donde dice meme, y se va a abrir este drop down. Aquí le vas a poner abajo en Tokenized Stocks and Commodities. Aquí está Forex, etcétera. Pero te vas a ir a la parte de abajo. Tokenized, perdón, es mi dedo. Y acá tienes Apple, Amazon, AMD, Coinbase, Dell, todas estas. Le picas y te va a llevar a tu cuenta ahí para que la veas. Ahora sí, les mando un fuerte abrazo. Gracias por todo. Nos vemos pronto.